Chapter 1681. The Sun True Origin was the name of the true origin that had merged with the Sun Flame. Naturally, the Sun Flame in Duan Lingtian's true origin was not the real Sun Flame yet. The real Sun Flame was the kind of Sun Flame that the three-legged golden crow, Hualao, mastered when he was at his peak. It was famous in the Devata realms for being able to burn almost everything. As Duan Lingtian's cultivation base rose, his true origin would transform as well. The power of the Sun Flame would gradually increase as well. In the end, it would transform into the real Sun Flame. Naturally, in order to master the real Sun Flame, Duan Lingtian would have to raise his cultivation base to a certain level. That level was beyond the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was not limited to the Debussyi subterranean, but the entire Dao Martial Saint Land, including the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Brat, you're seeking death. At this moment, a furious shout exploded in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was Sutsun, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, who was enraged when he saw Duan Lingtian had disobeyed his order and killed the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple. Naturally, he did not dare to say it out loud, so he used voice transmission. Initially, he had asked the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple to kill Duan Lingtian because he did not think Duan Lingtian, a young man who was not even 40 years old, would be a match for the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple. Who would have thought Duan Lingtian was strong enough to kill the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple? If he had known earlier, he would have asked the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple to admit defeat immediately. Although it would be embarrassing, it would not cause the Rising Sky Mansion to lose so many people. They had lost 2 early refined Saint Stage Rising Sky Mansion's disciples this time. Moreover, they were both Rising Sky Mansion's disciples who were not even 50 years old. They were not even 50 years old, but they were already at the early refined Saint Stage. Such innate talent could be ranked in the top 5 among the Rising Sky Mansion's juniors. 2 such existences had both died here today. Sutsun could imagine how furious the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, the Supreme Elder, and the Vice Mansion Masters would be when they returned. Although Sutsun was unable to interfere in this matter, due to the rules and the existence of Renzhong and Lu Hongguang, he still could not escape punishment. For a moment, beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. It was cold sweat. Duan Lingtian raised his head and glanced at Sutsun indifferently when he heard Sutsun's words. The Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion? What? A Rising Sky Mansion's disciple can kill me, but I can't kill him? Could he only resign himself to death? You keep saying that I'm seeking death, but don't tell me that a disciple of the Rising Sky Mansion like you can disregard the rules? If that's the case, there's no need for the Rising Sky ranking battle at all. The 10 spots on the Rising Sky ranking can be decided by the Rising Sky Mansion. Duan Lingtian had a mocking smile on his face. Sutsun didn't expect that Duan Lingtian would expose the fact that he had threatened Duan Lingtian via telepathy, and his face immediately sank. At this moment, many gazes gathered on him. These gazes were filled with mockery and anger. The rules of the Rising Sky ranking battle had long been set. Life and death were not allowed. The Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion had threatened a sectless cultivator when he saw one of his own was killed, so the people from the Rising Sky Mansion were allowed to kill sectless cultivators. But sectless cultivators were not allowed to kill the people from the Rising Sky Mansion. Domineering. The sectless cultivators present on the scene, including Zhonggu, looked at Sutsun coldly. Many of them even began to mock him. The Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion? How rude. He actually dares to threaten a sectless cultivator. The people from the Rising Sky Mansion can kill people, but others can't kill the people from the Rising Sky Mansion? How domineering. In my opinion, it serves the Rising Sky Mansion right now that someone from the Rising Sky Mansion has died. One of the rules of the Rising Sky ranking battle is that life and death are not allowed. Under such circumstances, it's really embarrassing for the Rising Sky Mansion to threaten the people who made a move just because their own people were killed. At this moment, it was not only the sectless cultivators who were mocking Su Xian. Even the people from the other forces present on the scene were looking at Sutsun strangely. Even Renzhong and Lu Hongguang looked at Su Zin with a grave expression. Su Zin's action was no different from provoking them, the two main hosts of the Rising Sky ranking battle. Su Zin did not care what the others thought. However, when he saw Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang's cold gaze, he had no choice but to appease them. He immediately glared at Duan Lingtian and shouted, "Boy, I don't know what you're talking about. When did I say that you're seeking death? Don't slander me." Many people immediately turned to look at Duan Lingtian, with a puzzled expression on their faces. Even more people sneered at the same time. They had guessed that Su Zin was going to turn hostile, and refused to admit it. "Slander me?" Duan Lingtian sneered. The mocking smile on his face grew wider. "If that's the case, can you, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, swear on the lightning penalty oath that you didn't say such words? For the sake of fairness, I'm willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath as well." Lightning penalty oath. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, those people who were wondering if Duan Lingtian was lying were stunned. They realized Duan Lingtian was most likely not lying. Otherwise, he would not have taken the initiative to swear on the lightning penalty oath. "Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of me, Su Zin, swearing on the lightning penalty oath?" Su Zin did not expect the Seckless cultivator in front of him would be so ruthless as to swear on the lightning penalty oath. His eyes shone coldly, but he did not back down at all. "Just admit it if you don't dare to. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Is this all there is to the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion?" Duan Lingtian smirked coldly. "How dare you?" When Su Zin was rendered speechless by Duan Lingtian, Su Zin's grandson, the other ringmaster, Su Ken, could no longer hold it in. His face that was originally cold seemed to be covered with a layer of frost at this moment. He emitted waves of terrifying aura that made people feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave. However, Duan Lingtian did not even bother to look at him. To be more precise, he could not be bothered with him at all. "I'm not even afraid of your grandfather. Why would I be afraid of you?" This was how Duan Lingtian felt at this moment. No matter what, the fact that Duan Lingtian dared to openly fall out with Su Zin, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, caused the Seckless cultivators present on the scene to feel their blood boil. This was because Duan Lingtian had done something they did not dare to do. He had also helped them vent their anger. Many Seckless cultivators looked at Duan Lingtian with admiration in their eyes. It was as though Duan Lingtian was their idol. "Young man, what's your name?" At this moment, Ren Zhong asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a gentle expression on his face. His eyes were filled with fanaticism. Ren Zhong's words seemed to have reminded Lu Hongguang of something. Lu Hongguang immediately looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze and asked with a smile, "Young man, I've never heard of someone like you in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. I wonder if you're interested in joining our Raging Wave Mansion?" Boom! The moment Lu Hongguang's words left his mouth, it was as though a bolt of lightning had struck on a sunny day. It was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. It caused an uproar among the people present on the scene. The second elder of Raging Wave Mansion actually extended an olive branch to this Seckless cultivator, who had killed a Rising Sky Mansion's disciple. Moreover, he did it in front of Su Zin, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. Was he not afraid of offending the Rising Sky Mansion because of this? In fact, Lu Hongguang was forced to be so direct. When he saw how friendly Ren Zhong was toward this genius Seckless cultivator, he could guess Ren Zhong's intention. It was none other than to recruit Duan Lingtian to the Sky Hurdle Mansion. Genius Seckless cultivators had always been the target of competition among the various major forces. Take Zhonggu, the famous Seckless cultivator in the Rising Sky Mansion's district, for example. Not only the Rising Sky Mansion, but even the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion had also extended an olive branch to him. However, since he was unwilling to join them, there was nothing the three major forces could do about it. However, Duan Lingtian was different. As a Seckless cultivator, he had always been a nobody. With such a background and innate talent that was even more superior than Zhonggu, he was definitely a target that the Raging Wave Mansion wanted to recruit. Initially, Ren Zhong wanted to beat around the bush. However, when he saw how direct Lu Hongguang was, he immediately became anxious. He hurriedly said to Duan Lingtian, "Young man, our Sky Hurdle Mansion also welcomes you to join us. As long as you join our Sky Hurdle Mansion, not only will we provide you with the best cultivation resources, but we'll also protect your safety before you grow stronger." When he reached the latter part of his sentence, he instinctively glanced at Su Xian. His words were very obvious. There was no doubt he meant he would protect him from the people from the Rising Sky Mansion. Perhaps, the people from the Rising Sky Mansion would not dare to make a move during the Rising Sky ranking battle. However, nobody could guarantee that they would not do so after the battle. He believed the Sectless cultivator before him was aware of this. When the people present on the scene saw Ren Zhong, the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, also extended an olive branch to Duan Lingtian, an uproar broke out again. However, this time, it was not that surprising since Lu Hongguang had spoken first. "Young man, as long as you agree to join the Raging Wave Mansion, whoever dares to touch you will be my, Lu Hongguang's enemy." When Lu Hongguang saw Ren Zhong had also put down his pride to recruit him, he immediately chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. Genius Sectless cultivators are really popular. Unfortunately, with my innate talent, let alone fourth-rate forces, even fifth-rate forces won't take me seriously. A Sectless cultivator smiled wryly. That's right. Fourth-rate and fifth-rate forces won't take us seriously, and we won't take sixth-rate forces seriously. This is the awkward situation for Sectless cultivators like us. Another Sectless cultivator chimed in. No matter what, Duan Lingtian had been invited by the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion and the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion. He had once again become the center of attention. All of them were curious about Duan Lingtian's decision. With Duan Lingtian's innate talent, they believed as long as Duan Lingtian was sincere in joining the Raging Wave Mansion or the Sky Hurdle Mansion and swore on the Lightning Penalty Oath, the two great forces would definitely not mistreat him. As the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Tsun's expression was extremely grave. How could it not be grave? Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang actually extended an olive branch to the person who killed their Rising Sky Mansion's disciple. Based on their words, it seemed as though they were going to protect him. However, although he was furious, there was nothing he could say. If he was in Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang's position, he would have done the same. Chapter 1682. If Duan Lingtian did not kill anyone from the Rising Sky Mansion, he would not mind putting down his pride and inviting him to join the Rising Sky Mansion. I'm Li Feng. Duan Lingtian smiled at Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang as he revealed his alias. At the same time he said, "Thank you for your kindness, Vice Mansion Master Ren and Elder Lu. As for joining the Sky Hurdle Mansion or the Raging Wave Mansion, it's a big deal to me. Please give me some time to think about it. I'll reply to both of you after the Rising Sky ranking battle ends." Give him some time to think about it. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang's eyes lit up immediately. Naturally, they knew what his words meant. This meant he did not reject them. There was a chance. Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang looked at each other and saw the sparks in each other's eyes. Although there was a chance, even if Duan Lingtian intended to join a fourth-rate force, he would still have to choose between the two of them. For this reason, there was no doubt the smell of gunpowder between Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang. Naturally, they knew very well that even if Duan Lingtian intended to join, it would still depend on the conditions given by the two of them. As the saying went, a fine bird chooses a fine tree to nest in. They knew this very well. Due to this reason, they had already begun to weigh their own limits. Li Feng, you're really not simple. When the flowery monk saw Duan Lingtian propped up the golden dazzling territory around him, he knew Li Feng was not simple. At the very least, he could not see through the territory at all. It was his first time seeing such a strange territory. In the end, the disappearance of the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple from the heaven and earth verified his guess and intuition. Li Feng was not an ordinary person. On the Pure Yang Shrine side, Jing Suzi's eyes lit up as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Previously, although he had paid attention to Duan Lingtian, it was only because Duan Lingtian was alone. It was inevitable that he would attract attention. At this moment, he finally realized this person who was as solitary as Zhonggu was not inferior to him in terms of strength. Zhonggu looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression. In fact, ever since Duan Lingtian had made his appearance, he had a good impression of Duan Lingtian. However, based on Duan Lingtian's words earlier, it seemed like he was willing to join either the Sky Hurdle Mansion or the Raging Wave Mansion. For a moment, his impression of Duan Lingtian was greatly reduced. He didn't have a good impression of people from large factions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been an itinerant cultivator. With his talent, it was not difficult for him to join a fourth-rate force. In fact, as long as he swore a lightning penalty oath to be loyal to that fourth-rate force for life, he would be greatly nurtured. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what Zhonggu was thinking. He was wondering why Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was not here yet. Currently it was almost noon. The only people who had yet to enter the arena were the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. It's said that Su Jing is very ambitious to become the next mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. It's impossible for him not to come. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he no longer felt worried. After coming to the Rising Sky Mansion's district for a period of time, Duan Lingtian had purposely investigated Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. He knew that not only was he a good-for-nothing rich kid, but he was also an extremely ambitious good-for-nothing rich kid. After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian looked at the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. He was curious who would enter the arena first. Among the people present on the scene, apart from these two, he did not think there would be a third person who would enter the arena. After all, none of the 10 ring masters including him were weak. However, when a figure stepped out in the air, it surprised Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had an impression of this person. Su Gang. Duan Lingtian frowned. It did not cross his mind that Su Gang, who was defeated by Yin Suzi, would step out again. If he remembered correctly, Su Gang was only a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine saint stage. If he entered the arena now, he would only be looking for a beating. Su Gang? Why is he entering the arena again? Su Gang's appearance also made the surrounding onlookers puzzled. This Su Gang is only a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine saint stage. Previously, he was defeated by Yin Suzi. Currently, the 10 ring masters present on the scene are all at the refined saint stage or above. Don't tell me he still thinks he has a chance. Many people mocked him. According to the rules, apart from Yin Suzi, who defeated him before, he can challenge anyone else. Another person chimed in. That's right. That may be the case, but as a person, you should at least have some self-awareness, right? He's only a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine saint stage. It's obvious he's not a match for the 10 ring masters present on the scene. Not only is he looking for a beating, but he's also wasting everyone's time by entering the arena now. Many people were dissatisfied with Su Gang's actions. Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang frowned as well. They felt Su Gang had overestimated himself. Just as everyone was wondering who Su Gang would challenge, Su Gang, who flew out, landed firmly in the middle of one of the chess pieces. When the people present on the scene saw Su Gang landing in the middle of the chess piece, they were dumbfounded. They were dumbfounded because the opponent Su Gang had chosen was none other than Su Can, who was also a disciple of the Rising Sky Mansion. Su Can was also Su Tsun's grandson. Su Gang is challenging Su Can? Immediately, many people were stunned and felt that this was somewhat inconceivable. Many people even patted their faces and pinched their thighs to verify if they were dreaming. As it turned out, they were not dreaming. Su Gang was indeed challenging Su Can, whose cultivation base was at the intermediate refined saint stage. They're both disciples of the Rising Sky Mansion, but Su Gang actually wants to challenge Su Can. Moreover, he's challenging a powerhouse at the intermediate refined saint stage, even though he's only at the peak of the pristine saint stage. Don't tell me he has some enmity with Su Can? Even if he does, with his strength, he won't be able to catch up to Su Can at all. It's impossible for him to seek revenge, right? Perhaps he knows he's not a match for Su Can, so he's just trying to embarrass him. That's possible. One must admit that the power of the masses was great. Soon after, someone figured out Su Gang's intention. He's trying to embarrass a disciple of the Rising Sky Mansion on such an occasion. How big is the enmity between them? Isn't Su Gang worried he'll embarrass the Rising Sky Mansion? Many people shook their heads. They felt Su Gang's action was irrational. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, did not think Su Gang would appear for such a ridiculous reason. He raised an eyebrow and raised his cold face to look at Su Tsin, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. If Su Gang really challenged Su Can for such a ridiculous reason, Su Tsin's expression would not be pleasant at all. However, at this moment, Duan Ling Tian noticed a smile on Su Tsin's face, as though he had succeeded in his scheme. His eyes were glaring at him like a venomous snake. It caused Duan Ling Tian to feel chills running down his spine. This is a scheme. When Duan Ling Tian realized this was a scheme, he was shocked. However, a scene that shocked everyone even more happened. Originally, everyone thought that even if Su Gang challenged Su Can, he would be easily defeated. However, the result was beyond their expectations. I admit defeat. Su Can's cold voice resonated in the air, causing an uproar. At this moment, Run Zhong, Lu Hongguang, and a few other people who were more rational quickly regained their senses. Their eyes flashed as they looked at Duan Ling Tian in unison. It was as though they had figured out something. What's going on? The scene before them was still incomprehensible to many of the people present. Su Can actually admitted defeat? He's an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. Many people exclaimed, "Don't tell me he's trying to use this method to let Su Gang enter the Rising Sky ranking?" Many people looked at Su Can with a strange expression. He's crazy. How can he use this method to let Su Gang enter the Rising Sky ranking? In fact, there are a few early refined saint stage martial cultivators among the people who were eliminated earlier. As long as these people enter the arena, Su Gang won't be able to hold his ground and will be pulled down immediately. Many people discussed among themselves. They thought Su Can was crazy to make such a decision. However, they soon fell silent. This was because they clearly saw that after Su Can admitted defeat, he did not return to the group of people from the Rising Sky Mansion. Instead, he flew up to another chess piece and slowly descended to confront the ring master on the chess piece. It was obvious he had issued a challenge to his opponent. So that's how it is. At this moment, many people slapped their heads as realization dawned on them. He took such a big detour just to challenge Li Feng. Li Feng was Duan Lingtian's current alias. Not only did he kill the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple, but he had even provoked the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion and ignored Su Can. At this moment, everyone present on the scene could clearly smell the gunpowder on Su Can's body. They knew Su Can wanted to fight with Duan Lingtian and even kill him. It seems like Li Feng has really angered him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so eager to fight with Li Feng. In fact, even if he and Li Feng are both listed in the Rising Sky ranking at the same time, he'll still have a chance to fight with Li Feng later on. After all, they still have to decide the final ranking of the Rising Sky ranking. Someone sighed. You're wrong if you think so. Su Can's decision is actually very wise. Don't forget that when the 10 people on the Rising Sky ranking are decided, the host will intervene in the final ranking battle. In the past, it was rare for people to die in the final ranking battle, someone said. I forgot about that. Indeed, this is the best time to kill someone in the Rising Sky ranking battle. After all, the 10 people have not been decided yet. More and more people were suddenly enlightened. Faced with Su Can's appearance, Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely calm. He had already guessed this when he saw the scheming smile on Su Tsin's face. Aren't you afraid your grandson will follow in the footsteps of that Rising Sky Mansion's disciple? Duan Lingtian asked with a faint smile as he looked at Su Xian. His tone was filled with confidence. Chapter 1683. Although the strength Duan Lingtian displayed earlier was powerful, in Su Tsin's opinion, it was only equivalent to an ordinary intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. As an eminent saint stage powerhouse, Su Tsin was very confident in his divine consciousness. According to his divine consciousness, The strength Duan Lingtian displayed earlier was inferior to his grandson, Sukin. Due to this reason, he supported Sukin in challenging Duan Lingtian. It was Sukin's own decision to challenge Duan Lingtian. In Sukin's opinion, Duan Lingtian deserved to die for being so disrespectful to his grandfather. When Duan Lingtian ignored him, he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. However, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw the confidence on Duan Lingtian's face, Suitsun began to hesitate. Could it be that Duan Lingtian was confident he could defeat his grandson? For a moment, his heart seemed to be shrouded in a layer of haze. You want to kill me? When Sukin saw how arrogant Duan Lingtian was, he was so angry that he laughed. Killing intent flashed in his eyes, as though he was about to devour someone. Although Sukin was very confident in his own strength, Duan Lingtian's confidence made his heart heavy. He immediately transmitted his voice to Sukin. Grandfather believes in your strength. However, this Li Feng is very strange. I'm afraid he still has some trump cards that he hasn't used yet. If the situation doesn't seem right, you must admit defeat immediately. Don't force yourself, because you care about your reputation. In front of your life, reputation is nothing. Suitsun transmitted his voice to Sukin. When Sukin heard his grandfather's words, his heart jolted. Although he felt his grandfather's worries were groundless, he still agreed to it. I understand, grandfather. Sukin challenges Li Feng. At the same time, the gazes of everyone present fell onto the battlefield and stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian and Sukin. As far as they were concerned, the following battle would definitely be extremely exciting. At this moment, they couldn't even bear to blink. Although Li Feng's strength is not bad, against Sukin, I'm afraid it bodes ill for him. Many people whispered to each other. Although Duan Lingtian had killed Su Ping, the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple, in just one blow, Su Ping was only an ordinary early refined saint stage martial cultivator. He could not be compared to Sukin at all. If Sukin wanted to kill him, he would only need one move. Su Ping had just broken through to the early refined saint stage not long ago. Among the early refined saint stage martial cultivators, he was at the bottom. Even if Yin Suzi, who was also at the early refined saint stage, wanted to kill him, he would not even need 10 moves. Even though Duan Lingtian was very confident when he spoke to Suitsun, the people present still did not think that he could defeat Sukin. Fighting against Sukin and fighting against Su Ping were two completely different concepts. Li Feng. The flowery monk stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, as he muttered in his heart. Can you defeat Sukin? Jing Suzi, Zhong Gu, and the others were also looking at Duan Lingtian at this moment. This battle was undoubtedly the most exciting battle before the final Rising Sky ranking battle. Although the flowery monk and Jing Suzi had yet to enter the battle, there was no doubt that they would be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking once they entered the battle. Due to this reason, the people present on the scene did not really look forward to their battle. On the contrary, the people present on the scene were looking forward to the battle between Duan Lingtian and Sukin. Why? Are you looking down on me? Upon hearing Sukin's words, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Sukin as well. He smiled faintly with a calm expression on his face. When Sukin saw the nonchalant expression on Duan Lingtian's face, his expression turned even graver. Even at this moment, Li Feng was still so calm. It was obvious he was looking down on him. Die! Sukin shouted coldly as he made his move. It was as though he had transformed into a black eagle as he swept his wings toward Duan Lingtian. Wherever he passed, the void would tremble. At this moment, as the true origin on Sukin's body fluctuated, his territory appeared as well. As soon as his territory appeared, he raised his right hand. Soon after, a small ball made of true origin appeared on his right hand. The moment it appeared, it seemed to have transformed into a devouring beast, as it greedily devoured the energy in the territory, within a 100-meter radius, with Sukin as the center. The territory vibrated as endless energy surged into the small ball in Sukin's hand. The small ball shone brightly, as though it had transformed into a small, dazzling sun. Naturally, during this process, the true origin in Sukin's body was also surging into the small ball. It could be said that the small ball contained the most powerful energy, that Su King could muster at this moment. He did not hold back at all as soon as he made his move. It was apparent that he did not dare to be careless in front of Duan Lingtian, no matter how confident he was. From the moment Su King lifted the small ball in his hand to the small ball absorbing the energy in his territory and his body, everything happened in just a blink of an eye. That's the space-shattering origin explosion? At this moment, Ren Zhong raised an eyebrow as a shocked expression appeared on his face. The space-shattering origin explosion was an offensive technique in the Earth-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic. Based on Su King's attack, one could see that he had cultivated the space-shattering origin explosion to the highest stage, the impeccable stage. Only someone who had cultivated the space-shattering origin explosion to the highest stage would be able to form a true origin ball in such a short time. Space-shattering origin explosion. When Lu Hongguang saw this, his expression turned solemn. He also recognized the space-shattering origin explosion. He knew it was one of the most powerful offensive techniques in the Earth-rank Saint-grade martial tactic in the Rising Sky Mansion. As an eminent Saint stage powerhouse, Lu Hongguang could see with just a glance that Su King's mastery of the space-shattering origin explosion had already reached the impeccable stage. Li Feng, be careful. This is the space-shattering origin explosion. In terms of power, it can be ranked in the top 3 among the offensive techniques in the Earth-rank Saint-grade martial tactic in the Rising Sky Mansion. Based on the space-shattering origin explosion that Su King has cast, it's obvious he has cultivated it to the highest stage, the impeccable stage. At this moment, 2 voices resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. The 2 voices were reminding him. Moreover, the content was similar. He could tell it was Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang who were reminding him. As for why they were reminding him out of kindness, naturally, he could guess the reason. It was none other than to leave a good impression on him, so that he could join their forces after the Rising Sky ranking battle ended. Previously, Duan Lingtian had given the 2 of them a lot of thought before he agreed to join their forces. He did not reject the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion. After all, they were 4th-rate forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land. There was no harm in joining them. Thank you for your reminders. As Duan Lingtian expressed his gratitude, his eyes did not leave Su King at all. An offensive technique that's ranked in the top 3 among the Earth-rank Saint-grade martial tactics in the Rising Sky Mansion? It seems like the space-shattering origin explosion is also an offensive technique in the Earth-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic. Since Su King has cultivated it to the highest stage, its power must be extraordinary. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, strands of golden true origin rose from the surface of his body again. In just an instant, a golden territory appeared in a 100-meter radius with him as the center and completely shrouded him. In the golden territory, tens of thousands of golden sword rays gradually solidified. 10,000 swords territory. At the same time, Duan Lingtian began to control the 10,000 swords territory. Moreover, the muscles on his body began to bulge slightly. However, due to the fact that he was wearing a robe, the obvious changes on his body could not be seen. If Duan Lingtian took off his robe, the people present on the scene would definitely be able to see strands of semi-transparent energy jumping on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body. That was the energy formed when one's body was strong enough to a certain extent. Generally speaking, such energy would only appear on the bodies of wild beasts and saint beasts with monstrous bodies. However, it had appeared on Duan Lingtian's body as well. It was because his body had been tempered by the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence. Its strength had even surpassed a 6-clawed divine dragon with the same cultivation base. It was almost on par with a 7-clawed divine dragon. In the Debussy Subterranean, there were no 6-clawed divine dragons. 5-clawed divine dragons were the most powerful dragons. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were only 6-clawed divine dragons, but they were extremely rare. As for 7-clawed divine dragons, they could only be found in the Dao Martial Saint Land due to the dragon pearl. Naturally, Duan Lingtian had heard from Hua Lao that there were even 8-clawed divine dragons, let alone 7-clawed divine dragons. Naturally, There were very few 8-clawed divine dragons in the Devata realms. As for the 9-clawed divine dragon, there was only one 9-clawed divine dragon in the Devata realms. It was the ancestor of dragons, the 9-clawed winged dragon. The 9-clawed winged dragon was also known as the 9-clawed ancestral dragon. It was the strongest existence in the Devata realms. Not only was it not inferior to the heavenly emperors who ruled over the Devata realms, but it was even stronger than some heavenly emperors. Swoosh! When the true origin ball in Su Can's hand had gathered all the strength he could muster, he moved and shot toward Duan Lingtian like a meteor. When Su Can's territory collided with Duan Lingtian's territory, he raised his hand and pushed his palm out. The true origin ball in Su Can's hand streaked across the sky toward Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, it was already in front of Duan Lingtian. As soon as Su Can's territory collided with Duan Lingtian's territory, Duan Lingtian's territory began to shrink rapidly under everyone's watchful eyes. As it shrank, there was intense friction in the air. What's going on? Many people were stunned by this scene. Some of them even thought Duan Lingtian's territory was weaker than Su Can's territory. However, they soon realized they were wrong. This was because when Duan Lingtian's territory shrank, it had transformed into a dazzling golden sword ray that appeared under his feet, before it quickly transformed into a dazzling golden flying sword. The golden flying sword was even more dazzling than the true origin ball that was shooting toward Duan Lingtian. Go! At this moment, Duan Lingtian spat out a word. Chapter 1684. As it shone with a dazzling golden light, the flying sword under Duan Lingtian's feet shot out rapidly as well. When the flying sword shot out, it contained the profundity of the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Naturally, it was only the profundity of the first stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword in the heart. Currently, Duan Lingtian had not mastered the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword shadow following the heart. Even so, Duan Lingtian's sword was still extraordinary. It was comparable to an offensive technique in an Earth-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic. Moreover, it was an offensive technique that had been cultivated to a high stage. However, compared to the space-shattering elemental explosion, it was slightly weaker. Although it was slightly weaker, due to the fact that the sword contained Duan Lingtian's powerful physical strength, it was not weaker than the space-shattering origin explosion that Su Can had cast. Moreover, due to the Sun True origin, the force of the sword was even stronger than Su Can's space-shattering origin explosion. However, the others were unaware of this. This Li Feng must not have mobilized all of his true origin, since he hastily drew out his sword. He'll definitely die in this battle. Su Can smirked as though victory was already in his hands. As an eminent Saint stage powerhouse, he had a keen eye. Naturally, he could see it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to mobilize all of his true origin and unleash all of his strength in such a short time. Apart from Su Can, even Ren Zhong, Lu Hongguang, and the others thought so as well. However, how would they know Duan Lingtian did not take much time to mobilize all of his true origin, since Duan Lingtian had opened a total of 99 saint veins in his body. In the Tao martial saint land, it was already very impressive to open 81 saint veins. Moreover, in the history of the Tao martial saint land, there were only 2 people who had opened 81 saint veins. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, far surpassed them. The 99 saint veins were more than twice as efficient as Su Can. It was because of this that Duan Lingtian allowed Su Can to make the first move. He was the one who made the first move, because he was confident that he could mobilize all of his true yuan in the shortest amount of time and unleash a full-force attack. This was confidence, a confidence that belonged only to Duan Lingtian. 99 holy meridians gave him confidence. Because of this, the speed at which Duan Lingtian condensed his domain was much faster than the average person. Whoosh! The true origin ball was pushed out by Su Can, and it tore through the air like a cannonball that had been shot out of a drum. It quickly blasted towards Duan Lingtian. As long as it touched the Duan Lingtian, or Duan Lingtian's Jun Yuan, it would explode, bursting out all the Jun Yuan and domain power contained in it without any reservation. Of course, Even if Duan Lingtian dodged, it would still follow him immediately because it had already locked onto Duan Lingtian through Su Qian's consciousness. Whoosh! The golden flying sword swept through the air, and its speed was no slower than the true origin ball. In fact, it was even faster than the true origin ball. Its target was the true origin ball. However, although the flying sword was fast, and Su Tsin, Ren Zhong, and Lu Hongguang had already noticed it, they still did not think that the power in the flying sword was comparable to the power in the true origin ball. Moreover, even if it could touch the true origin ball, it would explode immediately and crush the flying sword with its remaining power before continuing to fly towards Duan Lingtian. At that time, the remaining power of the explosion would also blast Duan Lingtian into smithereens. Finally, the flying sword and the true origin ball collided. In fact, before they collided, the auras around the two collided again and again, causing the surrounding void to tremble, as though it would shatter at any time. Soon the flying sword and the true origin ball collided. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Boom! A deafening sound that seemed to shatter the sky, and earth spread rapidly. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to have lost their color. In just an instant, some of the martial and Dao cultivators, whose strength had not reached the saint stage, had their eardrums burst. Some of them even bled from their 7 orifices. Even the pristine saint stage martial and Dao cultivators present on the scene had their faces flushed red. It was apparent the loud sound had affected them greatly. Along with the loud sound, the void near Duan Lingtian was completely shrouded by a golden light. The golden light continued to spread, and soon after, it shrouded Duan Lingtian as well, causing his figure to disappear from everyone's sight. This was the remaining power of the explosion. Su Tsin smiled. In his opinion, just the remaining power of the explosion was enough to kill Duan Lingtian. Even if an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator had a good physique, his body was still made of flesh and blood. He could not be compared to those wild beasts and saint beasts whose bodies were stronger. Furthermore, the aftershock of the explosion was so strong that even ordinary savage beasts and saint beasts that didn't specialize in physical strength would be blasted into smithereens. Li Feng is dead? The scene in front of them was also reflected in the eyes of everyone present, causing their hearts to tremble. Many sectless cultivators' eyes were bloodshot as they gritted their teeth. Li Feng was a sectless cultivator who was worthy of their respect. Based on Li Feng's previous actions, Li Feng's position in their hearts was not any lower than Zhong Gu's. He's dead? The flowery monk frowned before his brows relaxed. He put his palms together and sighed, feeling pity for Li Feng. Such an outstanding sectless cultivator had died just like that. Many people sighed emotionally. At this moment, Ren Zhong, who had also thought Li Feng was dead, raised an eyebrow. He looked at the remaining power of the explosion with a shocked expression on his face. Swish! Accompanied by the sound of sword whistling in the air, a golden flying sword shot out from the remaining power of the explosion. Its speed was as fast as lightning. No, it was even faster than lightning. No. Accompanied by a furious roar, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the smile on Su Qian's face completely froze. There was a bloody hole in between his eyebrows. Blood kept spurting out from it, making him look hideous and terrifying. In the next moment, Su Qian fell down and was completely silent. The furious roar came from Su Tsin, who had reacted after hearing the sword whistling sound. He looked at Su Qian, who had fallen down, and his eyes were completely red. It was as if he had lost his mind at this moment. He rushed down like a madman and supported Su Qian. However, Su Qian's eyes were wide open as he fell into Su Tsin's arms. He did not make a sound. He was dead. Kin-er. Su Tsin was unwilling to believe that this was real. He kept muttering, but Su Qian would never respond to him. Su Qian is dead. Seeing this scene, everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. Oh my God. After Li Feng's sword collided with Su Qian's true origin ball, it still had energy left. Unbelievable. Many people cried out in surprise. However, they tried their best to suppress their voices, as though they were afraid of angering Su Xin. I really didn't expect this to happen. Both of them perished together. I'm sure the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion is filled with regret right now. Some people looked at Su Zhen with a hint of mockery in their eyes. Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. It did not cross their minds that after Li Feng, the sectless cultivator, was killed by the explosion, Li Feng's attack still had energy left to kill Su Zhen, who thought he had won. At that moment, Su Zhen did not even have the time to react. After all, at that time, everyone thought that he had won, including himself. My condolences, Elder Su. Although Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang did not feel anything about Su Can's death, they still had to put on an act and console Su, and Su Zhen's eyes were red as his body trembled violently. His grandson was actually dead. In fact, his grandson was all his hope. Moreover, he had even thought of letting his grandson compete with Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, to be the next mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. As long as his grandson was ranked in the Rising Sky ranking, he would have a chance. However, now that his grandson was dead, it meant everything was as good as a fleeting cloud. At this moment, a series of shocked voices resonated in the surroundings. Since Su Zhen was completely immersed in the grief of his grandson's death, he did not pay attention to the shocked voices in the surroundings. Under the shocked gazes of the group of people, a figure gradually appeared from the aftershock of the explosion and the golden light that filled the sky. It was a figure who had changed his clothes. Although he had changed his robes, the people present on the scene immediately recognized him. Li Feng. Li Feng was not dead. Everyone, including Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang, could not help but narrow their eyes. They could not regain their senses for a long time. The scene before their eyes was not something they had expected at all. Even Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang thought Duan Lingtian had died in the explosion. This was because the explosion happened not far away from Duan Lingtian. It was not something a body of flesh and blood could withstand. Even if Duan Lingtian had cast the highest stage defensive technique in the Earth-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic, it would not have been enough. After all, that power was formed by the collision of two enormous powers. Although they had cancelled each other out, the majority of them had still fused together. Under such circumstances, unless it was a wild beast or saint beast that specialized in physical strength, ordinary wild beasts and saint beasts might not have been able to survive the aftermath of the explosion, let alone a human. In the Dao martial saint land, a human's body was notoriously weak compared to wild beasts and saint beasts. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian's survival had exceeded everyone's expectations. Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang immediately regained their senses. They looked at Duan Lingtian again, as though they were looking at some kind of peerless treasure. They were certain there was no fluctuation of Dao talismans or saint inscriptions in the air from the beginning of the explosion until now. In other words, Duan Lingtian had relied on his own strength to withstand the aftermath of the explosion. Due to this reason, they were shocked and pleasantly surprised. They were shocked that Duan Lingtian was able to survive under such circumstances. They were pleasantly surprised that such an outstanding young man was a sectless cultivator. They had a chance to recruit him into the force behind them. Chapter 1685. He didn't die. Who is this Li Feng? Is he even human? I can't believe he managed to survive the aftermath of the explosion. From the looks of it, his face is just a little pale, and he has changed his clothes. He doesn't seem to have suffered any injuries. Did he use a high-grade defensive Dao talisman earlier? Impossible. There was no fluctuation of Dao talismans or saint inscriptions earlier. He probably didn't use any external force. Everyone present regained their senses and whispered to each other. They looked at Duan Lingtian as though they had seen a ghost. The flowery monk was also shocked. He looked at Li Feng in shock. This Li Feng? He's fine. The group of sectless cultivators originally thought Duan Lingtian was dead. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian was fine, all of them smiled. Many of them were excited as they shouted Duan Lingtian's name loudly. Of course, they were shouting Li Feng, Duan Lingtian's current alias. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and only now did he catch his breath. I really didn't expect Su Can's technique to be so terrifying. Duan Ling Tian immediately looked at Su Qian, who was in Su Tsun's arms. To be more precise, he looked at Su Qian's corpse. If it wasn't for the fact that my body is stronger than the six-clawed divine dragon from the dragon clan, I would have died. Duan Ling Tian still felt a lingering fear when he recalled the scene earlier. When the shockwaves of the explosion swept over, he felt like he was enveloped by a terrifying force. Soon after, the robes on his body were destroyed. At the same time, the rolling power from all directions fell on his body like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, tormenting his body as if it had been tempered thousands of times. Fortunately, his body was strong enough. Otherwise, he would have been crushed by the energy. When Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze to Su Tsun, a mocking smile appeared on his face. In his opinion, Su Qian, Su Tsun's grandson, was basically shooting himself in the foot by challenging him, courting death. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian thanked Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang again. Although he would not have shown mercy to Su Qian, who was at the intermediate refined saint stage, even without the two of them reminding him, he still owed them a favor. Little brother Li Feng, I really didn't expect you to be so strong. However, how did you survive just now? Ren Zhong replied to Duan Ling Tian via voice transmission. His tone was filled with shock. When Lu Hongguang responded to Duan Ling Tian, he was also curious about this. When faced with their questions, Duan Ling Tian only responded to them with a mysterious smile. When the two of them saw this, they both smiled wryly, but did not ask any further. They could see Duan Ling Tian was unwilling to say much. Since that was the case, they tactfully did not ask any more questions. After all, everyone had their own secrets. If they continued to ask, not only would they not be able to get an answer, but they would also leave a bad impression in front of Duan Ling Tian. They had worked hard to recruit Duan Ling Tian to their respective forces. Naturally, they did not want to leave a bad impression in front of Duan Ling Tian. He's not dead. At the same time, Su Tsun, who was gradually recovering from the grief of his grandson's death, finally heard the heated discussion in the surroundings. He was shocked by the content of the discussion. When he turned his head around with a trembling body, he saw Duan Ling Tian, who was completely unscathed. Instantly, his eyes widened and his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Impossible. When he saw Duan Ling Tian was still alive, the first thought that appeared in his mind was impossible. The powerful energy from the explosion was not something an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator could withstand. No matter how powerful his defensive technique was, he would not be able to block that energy. Coupled with the fact that he was a human, it was impossible for him to block that energy. You used a Dao talisman? Su Tsun instantly thought Duan Ling Tian had used a Dao talisman. Although he did not know where Duan Ling Tian obtained such a high-grade Dao talisman, there were not many defensive Dao talismans that could block that energy even in the Rising Sky Mansion. Duan Ling Tian could not be bothered with Su Tsun when he heard his angry and deep words. Elder Su, Li Feng didn't use a Dao talisman nor did he rely on any external force. If he did, it's impossible for an eminent saint stage powerhouse like you to not notice it, Ren Zhong said as he frowned. Ren Zhong frowned as he looked at Su Xin. That's right, Elder Su. Li Feng really didn't rely on any external force. Lu Hongguang chimed in. When Su Tsun said Duan Ling Tian had used a Dao talisman, he had assumed Duan Ling Tian did not use a Dao talisman. However, now that he thought about it, he was certain from the beginning until the end that he did not sense any fluctuations from a Dao talisman, saint inscriptions, or any other external force at all. Su Tsun took a deep breath and glanced at Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang. Then, the true origin in his body trembled as he charged toward Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, a terrifying true origin surged out of Su Tsun's body. The aura of an eminent saint stage powerhouse spread out, causing the void to tremble. Ripples spread out and swept in all directions. Some of the martial and Dao cultivators in the surroundings, who had not broken through to the saint stage, fainted. Some of the pristine saint stage martial and Dao cultivators, with weaker cultivation bases, were forced to retreat to a faraway place. This, Su Tsun's sudden attack caught the onlookers off guard. Naturally, most of them only saw Su Tsun vanish before their eyes. Only the high-ranking officials from the 3 great fifth-rate forces, and some powerhouses from the 3 great fourth-rate forces, could vaguely see Su Tsun's figure. The aura of an eminent saint stage powerhouse swept out. His powerful aura instantly locked onto Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as though his entire body was bound. The Sun true origin in his body was suppressed to the point that it circulated very slowly. It could not even float to the surface of his body for a long time. Naturally, the reason for this was because Su Tsun, an eminent saint stage powerhouse, had locked onto him. Moreover, Su Tsun's attack was extremely fast. In comparison, the speed of Duan Lingtian's true origin was naturally much slower. At this moment, a sense of despair rose in Duan Lingtian's heart. At this moment, Duan Lingtian only had one thought in his mind, and that was to use the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, when he took the Jasper Celestial Sword out of his spatial ring and held it in his hand, he discovered Su Tsun's attack was already near him in just a blink of an eye. He did not even have time to inject his true origin into the Jasper Celestial Sword, let alone use his full strength. Don't tell me that I, Duan Lingtian, am going to die here? Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with unwillingness. If he was given 1 or 2 breaths of time, he would be able to activate the Jasper Celestial Sword with all his might to receive Su Tsun's attack. Even if he could not kill Su Tsun with the Jasper Celestial Sword, he would still be able to block part of the attack. At that time, he might still be able to survive. With the buffer time, he believed Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang would not stand idly by. Unfortunately, he was still too late. If he had taken out the Jasper Celestial Sword earlier and injected his true origin into it without any reservation, he would not be in such a passive situation. To be more precise, he did not expect Su Tsun would suddenly go crazy and directly attack him. After all, Su Tsun was not allowed to take revenge in this place. Life and death were not allowed in the Rising Sky ranking battle. This was the rule. Humph. Humph. Just as Duan Lingtian thought he was going to be killed, 2 angry snorts resonated in the air almost at the same time. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered the powerful aura that had locked onto him seemed to have shattered at this moment. As for that oppressive power, it also retreated. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered 2 figures had appeared in front of him. They were none other than Ren Zhong, the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, and Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion. Both of them had appeared in time and blocked Su Tsun's attack. Moreover, when both of them made their moves at the same time, Su Tsun was at a disadvantage. Barf. Su Tsun, who was sent flying, came to a halt after he was sent flying for a long distance. At the same time, he threw up a mouthful of black and red blood. His face was extremely pale at this moment. Elder Su, you've crossed the line. Ren Zhong's voice was filled with rage. Su Tsun had attacked Duan Lingtian in front of him. Not only did he violate the rules of the Rising Sky ranking battle, but he was also slapping him in the face. After all, his existence was to ensure the integrity of the Rising Sky ranking battle. If he could not even interfere in this matter, he was not qualified to be the host of the Rising Sky ranking battle. If he allowed this to happen, he might as well set a rule that sectless cultivators were not allowed to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle. Otherwise, even if a sectless cultivator made a name for himself, he would still be suppressed by the people from the major forces. Although Lu Hongguang did not say anything, one could tell he was furious from the way he looked at Su San. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was standing behind Ren Zhong, and Lu Hongguang finally caught his breath. When he realized the danger had been averted, he immediately put away the Jasper Celestial Sword. He could clearly feel that his hand that was holding the Jasper Celestial Sword was drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, he felt as though he had already taken half a step into the gates of hell. He could not help but break out in cold sweat. Thank you for saving my life, both of you. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and thanked Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang respectfully as he looked at their backs. I'll give you justice for this matter. Ren Zhong nodded. Although he did not turn around, his eyes were cold as he looked at Su San. When Lu Hongguang heard Ren Zhong's words, he regretted it. Why did he not say that earlier? If he had said that, Duan Lingtian would have a good impression of him. Lu Hongguang immediately said, "Little brother Li Feng, I Lu Hongguang, promise you that I'll give you justice for this matter." When Su Tsun, who was injured in the distance, heard Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang's words, his originally pale face turned even paler. Chapter 1686. However, he did not expect Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang would be able to stop him in time. He believed Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang must have come prepared. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to react in such a short time and stop him. The moment Su Tsun thought of this, he gritted his teeth. He was filled with hatred. He hated himself for not being able to kill Li Feng to avenge his grandson. At the same time, the onlookers who were stunned by Su Tsun's actions finally regained their senses. An uproar broke out among them. "Isn't the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion a little too arrogant?" Many people looked at Su Tsun with displeasure. These people were from the major forces other than the Rising Sky Mansion and the sectless cultivators present on the scene. However, even among the group of people from the Rising Sky Mansion, many of them felt their faces burning. After all, the rule of the Rising Sky ranking battle was to fight to the death. It was normal even if someone died. If one could not afford to lose, one could choose not to participate. Since one had participated, one had to be able to afford to lose. The Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion had ignored the rules of the Rising Sky ranking battle. To a certain extent, it was because he could not afford to lose. As members of the Rising Sky Mansion, they were also embarrassed by the Grand Elder's actions. Earlier, so many people died, but Su Tsun didn't do anything. Now that his grandson is dead, he actually broke the rules of the Rising Sky ranking battle? Many people mocked him. That's right. Earlier, when his grandson killed that independent cultivator, I saw that he was full of smiles. And he didn't think that his grandson was going overboard at all. Now that his grandson is dead, he's breaking the rules. It's obvious that he only values his grandson's life, and not the lives of others. To think he's the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. Bah! If news of this spreads out, I'm afraid the Rising Sky Mansion will be humiliated. The onlookers discussed among themselves. They no longer cared about Su Tsun, and said whatever they wanted to say. It was obvious Su Tsun's actions had angered the crowd. "Elder Su, you're the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. You can decide how you're going to resolve this matter," Ren Zhong said indifferently as he looked at Su Xian. Although his tone was calm, his eyes flickered with a frightening cold light. It was as if he wouldn't mind exchanging a few blows with Su Tsun if he wasn't satisfied with his performance. "Elder Su, what Vice Mansion Master Ren said is also my opinion." Lu Hongguang also stared at Su Tsun with a murderous look in his eyes. Now was an opportunity to show off in front of Li Feng. He wasn't willing to miss it. Moreover, Su Tsun was indeed in the wrong in this matter. He and Ren Zhong were merely pushing the boat along with the current. When Su Tsun saw how Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang were targeting him, a sharp light flashed in the depths of his eyes. However, he also knew that he was in the wrong. Therefore, after taking a deep breath, he suppressed the hatred in his heart and cupped his hands toward Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang. "Gentlemen, the reason why I attacked just now was because my grandson was killed. I was so angry that I lost my mind. Now that I think about it, it was indeed inappropriate. However, since he's fine, why don't we just let this matter rest?" As he spoke, Su Tsun lowered his voice. At this time, he had no choice but to do so. "Ha ha ha ha." At this moment, before Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang could reply to Su Tsun, Duan Lingtian burst out laughing. He laughed so hard that it seemed as though tears were about to flow out of his eyes. "I'm fine. Earlier, if Vice Mansion Master Ren and Elder Lu didn't make a move in time, I'm afraid I would have been killed by you, Elder Su. You think you can just let this matter rest just because you said it was inappropriate?" When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his originally cold expression turned even colder. "Is there such a logic in this world? Boy, you better shut up if you don't want to die." At this moment, Su Tsun's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. His tone was filled with threat. "Idiot!" Upon hearing Su Tsun's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian immediately scolded him. You're still threatening me through voice transmission even at this moment? The Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion is nothing more than this. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, not only did Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang's expression turn grave, but even the spectators burst into an uproar. Apart from the people from Rising Sky Mansion, the other people's gaze turned colder as they looked at Su San. Under such circumstances, a normal person would instinctively sympathize with the weak. Currently, Duan Lingtian was one of the weak. Elder Su, please apologize to little brother Li Feng immediately and sever one of your arms. Otherwise, not only will we disqualify the people from Rising Sky Mansion from participating in the Rising Sky ranking battle, but we'll also personally sever one of your arms. Lu Hongguang took a step forward and said coldly to Su Xian. This was the result of his discussion with Ren Zhong. At the same time, Ren Zhong glanced at Duan Lingtian from the corner of his eyes. When he saw Duan Lingtian's expression had softened a little, he sighed in relief. Upon hearing Lu Hongguang's words, Su Tsun's expression turned grave immediately. If Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang joined forces, it would be easy for them to sever one of his arms. Moreover, he would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. Both of you, don't you think you've crossed the line? Su Tsun asked coldly. However, Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang ignored him. Instead, they stared at him coldly, expressing their determination. When Su Tsun saw this, he knew he would not be able to keep one of his arms. Su Tsun immediately felt extremely humiliated, but there was nothing he could do. Gentlemen, Su Tsun will remember this. Su Tsun looked at Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang intently. He knew he would not be able to keep one of his arms today no matter what. He said coldly, I can sever one of my arms, but it's impossible for me to apologize to him. After Su Tsun finished speaking, he raised his right hand and severed his left arm. Just as he was about to put his left arm away, Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang made their move in unison. Ren Zhong charged at Su Si and Su Tsun's expression changed drastically, and his movements slowed down. As for Lu Hongguang, when he raised his hand, the void vibrated, and a blue saber ray appeared out of thin air. It crushed Su Tsun's severed arm into pieces. A pool of blood fell, and Su Tsun's left arm had completely disappeared. Both of you. Su Tsun's expression turned extremely grave when he saw the two men who charged at him menacingly had returned to their original spot in the blink of an eye. His left arm had been destroyed, and there was no way it could be reattached. He did not expect Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang to be so ruthless. Although he had severed his left arm, he was confident he could reattach it within a certain period of time. Of course, in order to reattach his left arm, his severed arm had to be intact. However, his left arm had been destroyed by Lu Hongguang. This meant he would only be left with one arm for the rest of his life. How could he not be furious? When the onlookers saw that Su Tsun's left arm was gone, not only did they not sympathize with him, but they even took pleasure in his misfortune. They felt he had only himself to blame. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's anger subsided a lot. Elder Su, are you really willing to disqualify the people from the Rising Sky Mansion from participating in the Rising Sky ranking battle, instead of apologizing to little brother Li Feng? You should know that as the host of the Rising Sky ranking battle, once Elder Lu and I come to an agreement, we have the right to disqualify the people from the Rising Sky Mansion from participating in the Rising Sky ranking battle. Let's go, Ren Zhong said coldly as he looked at Suzy and Hermf. Upon hearing Ren Zhong's words, Su Tsun glanced at the other 9 ring masters, before he glanced at the people from the Rising Sky Mansion. In the end, he snorted coldly and soared into the air before he said to the people from the Rising Sky Mansion, Let's go! The moment his words left his mouth, he glared at Duan Lingtian with hatred before he prepared to leave with his men. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the gray clouds above the nimble chess set began to swirl before 2 figures appeared. They were 2 young men, one in front and one behind. The young man in front was dressed in a long green robe. He had an evil face, and a hint of killing intent could be felt from him as he stood there. Behind him was a hunchbacked young man. It was obvious he was his lackey. The appearance of these 2 men immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the nimble chess set. Young Mansion Master, Many of the people from the Rising Sky Mansion exclaimed in surprise as their eyes lit up. It's Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. At the same time, everyone's attention was also attracted by the evil-looking young man in the lead. They more or less recognized this person. This person was none other than Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. When Sutsun saw Su Jing, not only was he not happy, but his expression turned grave instead. Earlier, he had refused to apologize to Duan Lingtian, because he did not want to apologize to the person who killed his grandson. Moreover, among the people from the Rising Sky Mansion present on the scene, nobody was strong enough to be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking anymore. The 3 people who were strong enough to be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking, including his grandson, were all dead. Due to this reason, he did not think it would make any difference if the people from the Rising Sky Mansion were disqualified from participating in the Rising Sky ranking battle. Naturally, it was not that he did not think about the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. However, in his opinion, based on the young mansion master's progress in the past, even if he had the resources from the Rising Sky Mansion, it was impossible for him to compare to his grandson, Su Kan. Moreover, his grandson was dead. Naturally, he was unwilling to watch the young mansion master be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking, since it meant the young mansion master would become the next mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. This was not something he wanted to see. Since his grandson had no chance of becoming the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, naturally, he did not want the young mansion master to become the next mansion master. Due to this reason, he did not care if the people from the Rising Sky Mansion were disqualified from participating in the Rising Sky ranking battle. However, it did not cross Sutsun's mind that Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, would appear just in time when he was about to bring his men away. Su Jing's appearance meant he could no longer act willfully. He's the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Jing. Chapter 1687. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was also Duan Lingtian's target. To be more precise, the reason he came to the Rising Sky Mansion and the Rising Sky ranking battle in the Nimble Valley was all because of this young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. He wanted to kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion to resolve the crisis of Han Xuanai, whom he regarded as his biological sister. As long as Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was dead, Han Xuanai would not have to marry into the Rising Sky Mansion anymore. That marriage contract would also be reduced to nothing. Grand Elder, are all of you planning to leave? Don't tell me the Rising Sky ranking battle has ended? The moment Su Jing appeared, he noticed Sutsun was leaving with the group of people from Rising Sky Mansion. He instinctively thought the Rising Sky ranking battle had ended, and his expression changed slightly. In fact, he did not stop at all during his journey here. The reason he was late was because he had just broken through to the stage he had always dreamed of a few days ago. Not yet. Although Sutsun was unhappy with Su Jing's sudden appearance, he did not dare to show it on his face. Not yet. Su Jing's expression returned to normal when he learned the Rising Sky ranking battle had not ended. He asked nonchalantly, "Since the Rising Sky ranking battle has not ended, what are you doing, Grand Elder?" He could see Sutsun was about to leave with his people. When Sutsun was at a loss for words, one of the Rising Sky Mansion's elders had already informed Su Jing through voice transmission. Even Su Jing's heart could not help but tremble at this moment. 3 people from the Rising Sky Mansion had died in the Rising Sky ranking battle? One of them was Sutsun's grandson, Su Kan? Su Jing did not care about the other 2, since he did not care about them at all. However, Su Kan was a disciple from the Rising Sky Mansion, whose innate talent was not inferior to his. He had once pressured him as well. Moreover, if he did not cultivate the devouring dark devil technique, he was not confident he would be able to defeat Su Kan in the Rising Sky ranking battle. However, such a person whom he thought highly of had died in the Rising Sky ranking battle in the hands of a young man who was not even 40 years old yet. How could he not be shocked? However, This shock was quickly overshadowed by the anger that rose in his heart. After learning about what Su Zin had done after Su Can's death, Su Jing looked at Su Zin with a cold gaze. Even Su Zin didn't know why, but when Su Jing looked over, he felt as though he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. At this moment, he also realized that Su Jing most likely knew about what had happened earlier. First Elder, did you think that I wouldn't come? Su Jing asked coldly as he stared at Su Zin. Young Mansion Master. Today's the last day to obtain a place in the Rising Sky rankings, but you haven't shown up yet. Because he was in the wrong, Su Zin didn't dare to say anything. However, before he could finish speaking, Su Jing interrupted him. You think I won't come? Grand Elder, I advise you to quickly apologize to Li Feng. If my qualification to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle is revoked because of you, you should know the consequences. As he finished speaking, Su Jing's tone was extremely cold and contained a hint of threat. At this point, Su Zin also knew he had no other choice. Even if he was unwilling to apologize to the person who killed his grandson, he still had to do so. As the saying went, the situation was not in his favor. If he still refused, it would mean he intentionally did not want Su Jing to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle. At that time, he would become a sinner of the Rising Sky Mansion. Earlier, he had dared to bring his men away so boldly because Su Jing had not arrived yet. Now that Su Jing had arrived, put aside the fact that the other people from the Rising Sky Mansion might not be willing to leave with him. Even if they were willing, he would not dare to bring them away. After taking a deep breath, Su Zin looked at Duan Lingtian and apologized with a hint of anger in his eyes. Duan Lingtian remained calm in the face of Su Zin's apology. Naturally, he knew Su Zin had only apologized to him because he had no other choice. If Su Jing didn't come, he would have brought his men away. If he left first, I'm afraid Su Can wouldn't be able to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle even if he came. At that time, I would have lost a good opportunity to kill him. It's a good thing Su Jing came in time. The moment Duan Lingtian thought about this, he sighed in relief inwardly. His purpose this time was to kill Su Jing. He did not care about anything else. When the people in the surroundings saw Su Zin had apologized in the end, they began to boo. Don't tell me this Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion really thinks he's the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion? To think he's so unwilling to lower his pride and allowed the Rising Sky Mansion's disciples to lose the qualification to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle. He must have made such a decision because he saw the people from the Rising Sky Mansion are all dead and Su Jing, the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, did not come. I think so too. Now that Su Jing is here, he apologized to Li Feng obediently. The onlookers discussed among themselves. They kept talking about Su Zin, causing his expression to turn extremely grave. If it was possible, he really wanted to kill all of these people who were gossiping about him. No matter what, Su Jing's timely appearance and Su Zin's apology had allowed the Rising Sky ranking battle to return to the right track. Duan Lingtian noticed Su Jing was looking at him from time to time. There was a hint of surprise and confusion in his eyes, but most of it was cold. Although Su Jing did not care about Su Can's death, under such circumstances, as the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, he had to put on a show that he could not coexist with Duan Lingtian, the person who killed the Rising Sky Mansion's disciples. If he could kill Duan Lingtian, his prestige in the Rising Sky Mansion would rise greatly. Due to this reason, in his eyes, Duan Lingtian was just a stepping stone under his feet. After Su Jing appeared, he was not in a hurry to issue a challenge. Soon after, the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi entered the ring one after another. The opponents they chose were sensible enough to admit defeat. Both of them became the ring masters without shedding any blood. After the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi became the ring masters one after another, most of the people present on the scene shifted their attention to Su Jing, the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. Now, it's time for the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion to enter the ring, right? He's quite arrogant to actually wait for the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi to enter the ring first. I guess he's worried he'll be challenged by the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi if he enters the ring first. At that time, it'll be embarrassing if he loses. With his strength, isn't it normal for him to be defeated by the flowery monk and Jing Suzi? Even if he avoids the flowery monk and Jing Suzi, he won't be able to avoid the battle with the flowery monk and Jing Suzi when the Rising Sky ranking battle begins tomorrow. Many people whispered among themselves, saying Su Jing was afraid of the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. When the hunchbacked young man standing behind Su Jing heard these whispers, a mocking smile appeared on his face. His young mansion master's current strength was not something that could be compared to before. Su Jing, on the other hand, acted as though he did not hear the whispers around him. Ha! The mocking smile on the hunchbacked young man's face clearly entered Duan Lingtian's eyes, causing his heart to jolt. Even the people around Su Jing are so confident in him? Don't tell me Su Jing had a fortuitous encounter in this 1 year? It was no wonder Duan Lingtian thought so. In fact, Su Jing was merely an early refined Saint stage martial cultivator a year ago. Even if the Rising Sky Mansion had nurtured him without holding back, and provided him with all the cultivation resources, he would only be able to break through to the intermediate refined Saint stage at most. He had just broken through to the intermediate refined Saint stage not long ago. It was impossible for him to defeat the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. Currently, even if the flowery monk and Jing Suzi had not broken through to the mastery refined Saint stage, there were not many intermediate refined Saint stage martial and Dao cultivators who were a match for them. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Su Jing finally stepped forward. His gaze instantly landed on Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian's emotions to surge. Choose me? If Su Jing chose him, it was undoubtedly something he was most willing to see. If that was the case, perhaps he would be able to help Xuanai solve this problem. Su Jing wants to challenge Li Feng? At this moment, the people present on the scene noticed Su Jing's gaze. Don't tell me he thinks Li Feng is a pushover? Based on the strength Li Feng displayed earlier, he's definitely not weaker than Zhonggu. Many people chimed in. Humph. Li Feng's strength was definitely not inferior to Zhonggu's. Even the flowery monk and Jing Suzi might not necessarily be able to survive after being enveloped by the explosion earlier. Since Li Feng has survived, this means his strength might not be weaker than the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. Another person chimed in. Someone else chimed in. All in all, the fact that Duan Lingtian had survived earlier had shocked everyone. At the same time, it had also given them a new understanding of his strength. They no longer looked down on him, because he was not even 40 years old. Unfortunately, under the watchful eyes of the others, Su Jing's gaze only paused on Duan Lingtian for a moment, before it shifted to the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. He wants to challenge the flowery monk and Jing Suzi? At this moment, the people present on the scene were stunned. As for Duan Lingtian, he was slightly disappointed. Humph. He looked at Li Feng earlier, but I didn't see him challenging Li Feng. Now that he's looking at the flowery monk and Jing Suzi, I don't think he'll challenge them. Someone snorted and said disdainfully, I think so too. I think he's just looking around. As for the opponents he'll pick, I don't think it's the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. Someone expressed his agreement. As it turned out, they had guessed correctly. Su Jing's gaze quickly shifted away from the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. As expected, I guessed correctly. I knew it. Su Jing definitely won't dare to challenge the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. Chapter 1688. When the people from the Rising Sky Mansion heard the mocking words from the surrounding people, apart from Sutsun, their expressions turned grave. Sutsun sneered as he looked at Su Jing's back. In his opinion, it would be better if Su Jing did not participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle, since he was such a coward. At the very least, he would not embarrass the Rising Sky Mansion. Naturally, he could only think about this in his heart. He did not dare to voice it out. Among the group of people from the Rising Sky Mansion, there was no doubt Su Jing, and the hunchbacked young man behind him, had a normal expression on their faces. After Su Jing's gaze left the Blossom Monk and Jing Suzi, he swept his gaze past Yin Suzi. Yu Suzi, the Wine Meat Monk, and the others before he finally locked his gaze on a proud and aloof figure. This figure carried a saber on his back that was wrapped in cloth. He was dressed in plain clothes and looked simple and unadorned. However, his eyes shone brightly like the stars in the night sky. Zhonggu. Finally, Su Jing opened his mouth and locked onto his target. Zhonggu was one of the 2 strongest Seckless cultivators who participated in the Rising Sky ranking battle. Previously, the people present on the scene thought Zhonggu was the strongest Seckless cultivator, below the age of 50, in the Rising Sky Mansions district. However, they no longer thought so due to the existence of Li Feng, whom Duan Lingtian had disguised as. Li Feng had killed Su Qin and survived the terrifying shockwaves. This proved that his strength was not below Zhonggu's. Sometimes, a Seckless cultivator who was unknown only needed an opportunity to make a name for himself. Becoming famous in a single battle was the name of Li Feng, whom Duan Lingtian had disguised as. When the people present on the scene saw Su Jing challenging Zhonggu, they could not help but be stunned before they regained their senses. In the Rising Sky Mansions district, it said that Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, and Zhonggu, the Seckless cultivator, are mortal enemies. It seems like it's true. That's right. When both of them were at the peak of the pristine saint stage, Zhonggu had the upper hand. However, after Su Jing broke through to the early refined saint stage first, Zhonggu was no longer a match for him. A year ago, Su Jing was at the early refined saint stage. Even if he has the resources from the Rising Sky Mansion, he should only have broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage now. Facing Zhonggu, who has also broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage, isn't he afraid of being defeated by Zhonggu like he did when his cultivation base was at the peak of the pristine saint stage? In our Rising Sky Mansions district, almost everyone thinks that Su Jing is no match for Zhonggu if both of them have the same cultivation base. Don't tell me Su Jing wants to break this rule today? Humph. It's good to be confident, but if you're overconfident, you'll become arrogant. When the crowd came back to their senses, whispers spread throughout the nimble chess set again. No matter what, Su Jing, who had descended from the sky and appeared in the chess piece Zhonggu was in, had become the focus of the crowd's attention. Su Jing was the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Would he be able to clear his name today? Everyone present on the scene was looking forward to it. Even Duan Lingtian was paying attention to the battle between Zhonggu and Su Jing. He had a good impression of Zhonggu after all. As for Su Jing, he was his target this time. He had to kill him. If he could decide the outcome of this battle, naturally, he hoped Zhonggu would be able to defeat Su Jing or even kill him. Zhonggu, you killed my Rising Sky Mansion's disciple, so I'll have to settle this score with you. Su Jing said coldly as he stood in front of Zhonggu. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, let's fight. Zhonggu said nonchalantly. If he had not broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage, he might be afraid when he faced Su Jing, since Su Jing had most likely broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage. However, now that he had broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage, he was no longer afraid of Su Jing. Just like the rumors said, if they had the same cultivation base, he was not afraid of Su Jing at all. Su Jing could be considered as his old rival. He knew very well what Su Jing was capable of. Unfortunately, it did not cross his mind that the current Su Jing was a completely different person compared to the Su Jing in the past. The reason for this was because Su Jing had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. In this 1 year, although Su Jing would occasionally return to the Rising Sky Mansion to enjoy the resources, most of the time, he would stay outside. He called it training, but in truth, he was devouring the vital energies and blood of young women. In this 1 year, the number of young women who were turned into dried corpses by him was close to 3 digits. Due to this reason, his cultivation base had been raised to a terrifying level until he had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. What did the peak of the refined saint stage mean? If he took another step forward, he would be at the eminent saint stage. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the moment Zhonggu's words left his mouth, Su Jing did not seem to have made any move at all. However, a storm seemed to have appeared in a 100-meter radius around him. Many people, including Duan Lingtian, did not even have time to react before they saw a rapidly twisting tornado had appeared where Su Jing was standing. It was moving toward Zhonggu at an extremely fast speed. When they saw Zhonggu making his move to block it, most of them thought he would be able to block the tornado. Who knew the moment Zhonggu touched the tornado, it seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as it spun even faster, causing the air to tremble. At this moment, the tornado seemed to have transformed into a gigantic primitive beast as it swallowed Zhonggu in just one gulp. Pa! As a loud sound resonated in the air, under the watchful eyes of the others. As the tornado gradually weakened, Zhonggu, who was originally still alive, instantly turned into a rain of blood that filled the sky. He was dead. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. It did not even take a breath. Due to this reason, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, could not help but be stunned. In the sky, the hosts, Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang, looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They knew about the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. They knew his innate talent was not top-notch. Even with the Rising Sky Mansion's resources, he had only broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage at most. However, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion had displayed a strength that far surpassed the intermediate refined saint stage in his attack. When the tornado seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, the aura they sensed with their divine consciousness did not belong to an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. Only a mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator would be able to give them such a feeling. Mastery refined saint stage. At this moment, Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang were almost certain Su Jing was a mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator. Naturally, this was also because they did not probe Su Jing's cultivation base with their divine consciousness. Otherwise, they would have realized their mistake. It was impolite to probe a person's cultivation base with one's divine consciousness. Most people would not do that. Moreover, due to their preconceived notions, whether it was Ren Zhong or Lu Hongguang, both of them felt Su Jing had broken through to the mastery refined saint stage. It was already shocking enough. They did not dare to continue thinking about it. Mastery refined saint stage? How's that possible? Among the people present on the scene, the strongest were undoubtedly Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang. The person below them was undoubtedly Su Tsun, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. At this moment, Su Tsun's divine consciousness had also confirmed the aura Su Jing released earlier was at least a mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator. Due to this reason, he was filled with shock. As far as he was concerned, this was something that was practically impossible. As the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, he knew very well how strong Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was. He knew very well that even with the resources from the Rising Sky Mansion, it was impossible for Su Jing to break through to the mastery refined saint stage in such a short time. In fact, Su Jing was only an early refined saint stage martial cultivator a year ago. It was extremely shocking for him to break through to the mastery refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage in just a year. He must have had a fortuitous encounter in this 1 year. Su Tsun was almost certain of this. However, it did not cross his mind that Su Jing's fortuitous encounter was due to him cultivating the Devouring Dark Devil technique. The original owner of the Devouring Dark Devil technique was also the culprit who had caused the Rising Sky Mansion to be demoted from a quasi-third-rate force to a fourth-rate force. When Su Tsun regained his senses, Duan Lingtian had also regained his senses. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn. Su Jing's cultivation base seems to have broken through to the mastery refined saint stage? How's this possible? Apart from Su Tsun, even Duan Lingtian was shocked by Su Jing's cultivation base. Is the resources from the Rising Sky Mansion really that great? This was the first thought that appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind when he learned Su Jing had most likely broken through to the mastery refined saint stage. After all, he was different from Su Si, and Su Tsun knew about the cultivation resources from the Rising Sky Mansion, but he did not. I can't believe he's actually broken through to the mastery refined saint stage. It's going to be difficult to kill him now. Duan Lingtian's originally calm expression turned solemn at this moment. With his current strength, he was confident he could defeat most intermediate refined saint stage martial and Dao cultivators. However, when it came to mastery refined saint stage martial and Dao cultivators, he could only defeat those who were slightly weaker and had an unstable foundation. If he used all his techniques, he might be able to defeat those who were slightly stronger. As for those who were slightly stronger, he would only be able to fight them to a draw at most. He might even be defeated. However, he was not confident he could defeat those who were at the mastery refined saint stage. Chapter 1689. At the same time, the people present on the scene began to regain their senses one by one. Many of them immediately pinched their thighs. When they felt the intense pain on their thighs, they finally realized they were not dreaming. Everything was real. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, had killed Zhonggu in just one blow. Don't tell me Su Jing is already a mastery refined saint stage powerhouse? Although most of the onlookers did not have Ren Zhong, Lu Hongguang, and Su Tsun's eyesight, they could guess what had happened when they recalled the scene earlier. Due to this reason, their hearts were filled with shock. How's this possible? Naturally, many people felt it was impossible after they recovered from their shock. A person who was only at the early refined saint stage a year ago had actually broken through to the mastery refined saint stage in just 1 year? They really couldn't figure out how Su Jing had cultivated in the past year to actually have such an exaggerated improvement. However, many sectless cultivators present on the scene had a hint of red in their eyes when they looked at Su Jing. As one of the best among the middle-aged sectless cultivators, Zhonggu's position in the eyes of the sectless cultivators was extraordinary. Moreover, many sectless cultivators even saw him as their hope. In the Rising Sky Mansion's district, although the sectless cultivators were in a state of disunity, in the past, if something happened, there would still be powerhouses among the sectless cultivators who would take the lead and gather the sectless cultivators together to solve the problem. Naturally, those who could take the lead were the powerhouses among the sectless cultivators. However, in recent years, there had not been any outstanding sectless cultivators in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. Due to this reason, many sectless cultivators had placed their hopes on Zhonggu. They felt he would finally become a powerhouse among the sectless cultivators in the near future, and would be able to unite the sectless cultivators, who were in a state of disunity. However, Zhonggu was dead now. Zhonggu's death also meant that their dreams would be shattered. Many sectless cultivators immediately looked at Duan Lingtian. However, they soon sighed. Put aside the fact that this sectless cultivator, who called himself Li Feng, was unknown previously, it was obvious he was not someone who liked to be in the limelight. Based on his attitude in front of Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang, it was obvious he was interested in joining a major force. Therefore, they did not think that this Li Feng could replace Zhonggu. At the thought of this, the group of rogue cultivators looked at Su Jing with daggers in their eyes. If they could, they wished they could cut Su Jing into 1,000 pieces. No matter what, Zhonggu had been defeated by Su Jing. Su Jing had used his own strength to clear his name. Not only was he not weaker than Zhonggu, he could even kill Zhonggu with a single move. The Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi were the ones who found it the hardest to regain their senses after witnessing Su Jing killing Zhonggu with just a single move. As members of the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansion's district, the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi, as leaders, naturally knew a lot about the outstanding geniuses among their peers, including Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. However, the strength that Su Jing displayed today gave rise to a strange feeling in their hearts. Hiss, hiss. When they regained their senses, they gasped in unison. Mastery Refined Saint Stage. Su Jing has actually broken through to the Mastery Refined Saint Stage. In fact, even they had just broken through to the Mastery Refined Saint Stage not too long ago. However, Su Jing, who they had suppressed previously, had actually caught up to them in terms of cultivation base? How could they not be shocked? After killing Zhonggu, Su Jing had replaced him as the new ring master. At this moment, a Rising Sky Mansion's disciple stepped forward. He was a mastery-refined Saint Stage martial cultivator who had been eliminated earlier. When the crowd saw him stepping forward, not only did they not make fun of him, but their expressions turned solemn instead. The scene in front of him was very similar to the scene when Su Gang stood out before. For a time, many people's gazes fell on Su Jing. Don't tell me Su Jing wants to kill again. Is he addicted to killing? Unlike before, after Su Jing displayed strength that seemed to be at the mastery-refined Saint stage, those who did not think highly of Su Jing earlier no longer dared to look at him the same way. Of course, previously they did not know Su Jing's strength. However, after witnessing how he killed Zhonggu in just one strike, they knew his strength was not inferior to the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. At this moment, nobody thought Su Jing did not enter the ring for a long time, because he was afraid of the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. Just as the crowd had expected, the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple challenged Su Jing as soon as he entered the ring. As for Su Jing, he admitted defeat just as the crowd had expected. The moment Su Jing admitted defeat, he was immediately eliminated. At this moment, since he was not the ring master, he could challenge any of the ring masters as he pleased. When Su Jing's gaze landed on Duan Lingtian again, it caused Duan Lingtian's expression to turn solemn. Currently, his comprehension of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, had improved. He was very close to the second stage, the Sword Shadowed Heart. Although he could still fight a mastery-refined Saint Stage martial cultivator, it would still be quite strenuous for him. Moreover, he could see the strength Su Jing displayed earlier was not as simple as just breaking through to the mastery-refined Saint Stage. Due to this reason, although he was not afraid of Su Jing, he still felt a little uncertain. He wants to challenge Li Feng? Many people were shocked when they saw Su Jing looking at Duan Lingtian. Is he planning to kill all the Seckless cultivators? Previously, the people present on the scene did not think Su Jing would be able to defeat Li Feng. However, at this moment, they did not think Li Feng was a match for Su Jing at all. In their opinion, once Su Jing made his move on Li Feng would definitely die. The group of Seckless cultivators present on the scene had a grave expression on their faces. Young Mansion Master, this Li Feng is even more despicable than Zhonggu. He has killed 2 genius martial cultivators from our Rising Sky Mansion. When Su Tsun saw Su Jing looking at Duan Lingtian, his eyes gleamed as he instantly transmitted his voice to Su Jing. Naturally, although his words sounded dignified, how could Su Jing not know that Su Tsun wanted to use him to avenge Su Can? Originally, he had indeed planned to challenge Duan Lingtian. However, with Su Tsun's voice transmission, he temporarily dismissed the idea of challenging Duan Lingtian. What a joke! Put aside the fact that he was the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion, even if he was the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion, as the successor of the devouring Dark Devil technique, his future would be limitless. How could he be led by the nose by a Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion? For this reason, not only did Su Jing not reply to Su Tsun, but he even shifted his gaze away from Duan Lingtian. Many Seckless cultivators sighed in relief immediately. Su Tsun's expression was grave. He did not expect Su Jing to ignore him, and even change his target. It seemed like he had no intention of challenging Li Feng. Although he was furious, there was nothing he could do. Although he was the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Jing was the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. In the Rising Sky Mansion, as the son of the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Jing's position was even higher than his. Soon after, Su Jing's gaze landed on the flowery monk. At the same time, he moved and appeared on the chess piece the flowery monk was on in just a blink of an eye, standing opposite him. Flowery monk, I'm no match for you in the past. However, today, I'll prove to everyone that I, Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, am the strongest powerhouse among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. Su Jing's words were spoken with great vigor. Moreover, they were filled with strong confidence and were extremely infectious. However, faced with the confident Su Jing, the flowery monk merely smiled nonchalantly. Young Mansion Master Su, it's shocking that you've broken through to the Mastery Refined Saint stage. However, if you think you can defeat me just because you've broken through to the Mastery Refined Saint stage, you're sorely mistaken. The moment his words left his mouth, the kasaya on the flowery monk's body began to flutter as the true origin in his body surged out. At this instant, with the flowery monk in the center, the surrounding space began to ripple. Ripples could be seen clearly. Renzhong, Lu Hongguang, and Su Tsun's divine consciousness instantly sensed the aura emitted from the flowery monk's body. The three of them narrowed their eyes in unison as shock appeared on their faces. They exclaimed in a low voice, "Mastery Refined Saint stage." Although the three of them did not exclaim loudly, the people present on the scene had extraordinary hearing. Naturally, they heard the three of them. At this moment, everyone present on the scene looked at the flowery monk in shock. This flowery monk has broken through to the Mastery Refined Saint stage as well. As expected of one of the two most outstanding people among the middle-aged generation in our Rising Sky Mansions district, the flowery monk's innate talent and strength are really ridiculous. The flowery monk has broken through, but I wonder if Jing Suzi has broken through as well. Compared to Su Jing's breakthrough to the Mastery Refined Saint stage, the flowery monk's breakthrough only shocked the crowd for a moment before they calmed down. In the crowd's opinion, the flowery monk had always been outstanding. Moreover, he had long been an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. Although they were surprised when they found out he had broken through to the Mastery Refined Saint stage, they found it to be normal. Apart from being shocked by the flower monk's breakthrough to the Mastery Refined Saint stage, many people were also curious if Jing Suzi had also made a breakthrough. If I'm not mistaken, Jing Suzi, you must have broken through as well, right? Unknowingly, Su Jing had soared up into the air and looked at the young Taoist priest standing on another chess piece nearby as he asked loudly. From the beginning until the end, Su Jing did not seem to be surprised by the flowery monk's cultivation base at all. It was as though he had long known this would happen. Moreover, when the flowery monk revealed his cultivation base at the Mastery Refined Saint stage, he actually had the mood to ask Jing Suzi about his cultivation base. Faced with Su Jing's question, Jing Suzi nodded his head even though he did not say anything. The crowd immediately broke out in an uproar again. Even Jing Suzi had broken through to the Mastery Refined Saint stage? In this case, there were actually 3 Mastery Refined Saint stage powerhouses in the Rising Sky ranking battle this time? Good. Very good. Su Jing was very satisfied with Jing Suzi's reply. Chapter 1690. Vice Mansion Master Ren, Elder Lu. I want to challenge both the flowery monk and Jing Suzi at the same time. Although Su Jing's voice was not loud, it still resonated in the entire nimble chess set. The entire place fell silent. When the people present on the scene regained their senses, they looked at each other. Some of them even poked their ears with their fingers, wondering if they had heard wrongly. Heavens! What did they just hear? Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, said he wanted to challenge both the flowery monk and Jing Suzi at the same time? Su Jing's words were shocking to the others present on the scene. However, to the flowery monk and Jing Suzi, it was undoubtedly a great humiliation. Whether it was the flowery monk or Jing Suzi, their expressions turned grave immediately. At this moment, no matter how good-tempered they were, they could not hold it in. Su Jing had really gone too far. Upon hearing Su Jing's words, Duan Lingtian was shocked as well. Su Jing actually wants to challenge both Mastery Refined Saint stage martial cultivators at the same time? How arrogant. He's too arrogant. Su Jing actually wants to challenge both the flowery monk and Jing Suzi at the same time? Does he really think the flowery monk and Jing Suzi are pushovers? Humph. It seems like he's very confident after breaking through to the Mastery Refined Saint stage. However, as a Mastery Refined Saint stage martial cultivator, he actually dares to challenge both a Mastery Refined Saint stage martial cultivator and a Mastery Refined Saint stage Dao cultivator at the same time. Isn't he just seeking death? Seeking death? The flowery monk and Jing Suzi won't dare to kill him, although they can leave after killing Su Jing, as the saying goes. The monk can run but the temple can't. Even if they leave, the Rising Sky Mansion won't let the Brahma Temple and Pure Yang Shrine behind them go. When the people present on the scene regained their senses, they began to discuss among themselves. All of them felt Su Jing had overestimated himself for wanting to challenge both the flowery monk and Jing Suzi at the same time. Even Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang did not expect Su Jing to be so arrogant. Due to this reason, they did not respond to Su Jing's words at all. Young Mansion Master, what are you doing? Whether it's the flowery monk or Jing Suzi, both of them are powerful opponents to you. I know your confidence has increased after you've broken through to the Mastery Refined Saint stage, but both of them are at the Mastery Refined Saint stage as well. It's impossible for you to be a match for both of them at once. Meanwhile, Su Tsun frowned and sent a voice transmission to Su Jing. After he finished speaking, he did not wait for Su Jing's reply. He looked at Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang and forced a smile on his face as he said, Vice Mansion Master Ren, Elder Lu, our young Mansion Master was just joking earlier. Was this a joke? Upon hearing Su Tsun's words, everyone present looked at Su Jing suspiciously. This joke was not funny at all. First Elder, I'm not joking. However, Su Jing did not appreciate Su Tsun's kindness at all. When Su Tsun finished speaking, he spoke disdainfully. Su Tsun's face turned red when he heard that. It wasn't easy for him to swallow his pride and help Su Jing, but Su Jing didn't appreciate it. This made him feel like he was using his hot face to stick to Su Jing's cold butt. Su Tsun was so infuriated that he waved his sleeves. He did not intend to interfere in this matter anymore. Young Mansion Master Su, do you really want to challenge the flowery monk and Jing Suzi at the same time? Ren Zhong asked solemnly as he looked at Su Jing. Vice Mansion Master Ren, do you think I'm joking? Su Jing frowned. Young Mansion Master Su, you must think this through. Whether it's the flowery monk or Jing Suzi, both of them are at the Mastery Refined Saint stage like you. You won't be able to gain the upper hand, even if you fight both of them at the same time. Lu Hongguang chimed in. Thank you for your reminder, Elder Lu, but I've already made up my mind. Su Jing replied nonchalantly. By right, this matter doesn't violate the rules of the Rising Sky ranking battle. However, if you want to fight both of them at the same time, you'll have to ask for their opinion first. If they're unwilling, even Elder Lu and I can't do anything about it. It's impossible for us to force them to fight you in such a manner, since it's a humiliation to them. Ren Zhong said to Su Jing with a troubled expression. At this moment, he could completely understand how the flowery monk and Jing Suzi felt. If he were in their shoes, he would be furious as well. A person whom he had defeated in the past actually dared to challenge him in such a manner. It was simply humiliating. When Ren Zhong spoke, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, shifted their attention to the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. At this moment, whether it was the flowery monk or Jing Suzi, their expressions were grave. However, they knew they had to give an answer at this moment. Just as they were about to reject the challenge, Su Jing beat them to it and said, Flowery monk, Jing Suzi, I know both of you are arrogant. However, if both of you don't dare to accept my challenge today, I'll have to sigh. The people from the Brahma Temple and Pure Yang Shrine are all trash. All trash. One must admit Su Jing's words were ruthless. At the very least, the moment his words left his mouth, horror dawned on the people from the Brahma Temple and Pure Yang Shrine. Arrogant. He's too arrogant. Senior Brother Hua, since he's so arrogant, why don't you join forces with Senior Brother Jing Suzi and get rid of him? That's right, Senior Brother Hua. Since he dares to bully our Brahma Temple, there's no need for you to care about anything else. Just join forces with Senior Brother Jing Suzi and teach him an unforgettable lesson. Senior Brother Hua agreed to his request. Among the people from the Brahma Temple, other than the abbot and the other high-ranking officials who remained silent, the other disciples from the Brahma Temple looked at the flowery monk and persuaded him to agree to Su Jing's request and join forces with Jing Suzi to fight Su Jing. It was the same for the people from the Pure Yang Shrine. Apart from the high-ranking officials led by the monastery master of Pure Yang Shrine, who remained silent with a grave expression, the group of disciples from the Pure Yang Shrine persuaded Jing Suzi as well. Su Jing's sudden action was also a shock to the others present. This was because he was provoking the two fifth-rate forces, the Brahma Temple and the Pyongyang Shrine. Of course, with Su Jing's background, it was not a big deal for him to provoke these two forces. However, the problem was that Su Jing's provocation was related to the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. If the flowery monk and Jing Suzi still refused him at this moment, they would undoubtedly fall into Su Jing's trap and admit that the people of Brahma Temple and Pyongyang Shrine were trash. I agree. Me too. Therefore, under such circumstances, regardless of whether it was the flowery monk or Jing Suzi, they could not reject him. However, when they agreed, their expressions were extremely grave. Two pairs of eyes that were looking at Su Jing were gleaming with terrifying cold light. They had already made up their minds. Even if they could not kill Su Jing, they would still teach him an unforgettable lesson. They could tolerate Su Jing's provocation. However, they could not tolerate Su Jing's provocation of the sects behind them. To the disciples of the sects, especially the outstanding disciples who could represent their sects, provoking the sects behind them was no different from digging up their ancestors' graves. The people present on the scene were not surprised by the flowery monk and Jing Suzi agreeing to Su Jing's request. Under such circumstances, even if the flowery monk and Jing Suzi felt Su Jing's request was a little insulting, they had no choice but to agree. According to Su Jing, if they did not agree, it would be equivalent to them admitting that the people in their sects were trash. This Su Jing is really crazy. Does he really think he's invincible, just because he has broken through to the Mastery Refined Saint stage? He wants to challenge two people, who are also at the Mastery Refined Saint stage like him? Let's see if he can still be so arrogant when he's defeated by the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. At that time, I'm afraid he'll be so ashamed that he'll want to dig a hole and hide in it. Right now, I'm looking forward to the scene of him being defeated by the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. I'm afraid they'll be able to defeat him in less than 10 moves if they join forces. When the people present on the scene saw the flowery monk and Jing Suzi agreeing to Su Jing's request, they began to whisper among themselves again. Unfortunately, Su Jing has the Rising Sky Mansion behind him. Otherwise, the flowery monk and Jing Suzi would definitely want to kill him. That's right. With the Rising Sky Mansion behind him, even if the flowery monk and Jing Suzi can defeat him, they won't dare to kill him. Humph. I think he must have thought about this. Otherwise, why would he dare to challenge the flowery monk and Jing Suzi at the same time? Many people felt indignant. They felt that if it was not for the Rising Sky Mansion behind Su Jing, he would not have dared to make such a request. Don't tell me Su Jing is really confident he can defeat the flowery monk and Jing Suzi at the same time? Unlike the others, Duan Lingtian felt a little uncertain when he saw the pride and confidence in Su Jing's eyes. After experiencing 2 lifetimes, he was confident that his ability to judge a person was not bad. Currently, Su Jing had subconsciously revealed the aura of a victor. If he really has the strength to defeat the flowery monk and Jing Suzi when they join forces, then his strength can be considered as top-notch even among the Mastery Refined Saint stage powerhouses. If he really has such strength, I'll be lucky if I can fight him to a draw. It's impossible for me to kill him. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his heart felt a little heavy. There was only one reason he came to the Rising Sky Mansion's district to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle. It was to kill Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, and help Xuanai to break off the engagement. However, it seemed like it would not be so easy to kill Su Jing. I hope he's really arrogant and not really confident. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could only hope. However, he felt the possibility of this happening was very low. Due to this reason, his heart seemed to be shrouded by a layer of dark clouds as the pressure increased. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of wind whistling, Jing Suzi had left the chess piece he was on and appeared on the chess piece the flowery monk was on. He stood side by side with the flowery monk as they faced off against Su Jing. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, wanted to fight the flowery monk and Jing Suzi alone. In the past, any one of the two could easily crush Su Jing. However, today Su Jing wanted to challenge both of them at the same time. Chapter 1691. Su Jing's eyes shone brightly as he looked at the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. In the past, any one of the two people in front of him had strength that far surpassed him and could completely suppress him. But today, he was going to fight both of them at the same time with his own strength. Moreover, he was the one who suggested it. The reason why he dared to make such a request was naturally not because he was speaking without thinking. Instead, it was because he was truly confident. As for his confidence, it came from the devouring dark devil technique. Others might not know about his improvement in the past year, but he knew it very well. Due to this reason, he remained calm from the beginning until the end when he was faced with the flowery monk and Jing Suzi joining forces. He knew the flowery monk and Jing Suzi would not be a match for him even if they joined forces. They were merely two mastery-refined saint stage martial cultivators. Everyone present on the scene could not help but hold their breaths when they saw Su Jing, the flowery monk, and Jing Suzi confronting each other. Even Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang, the two main hosts of the Rising Sky ranking battle, had their eyes glued to Su Jing and the other two. To be more precise, their gazes were mostly on Su Jing. Naturally, they were not unfamiliar with Su Jing. Su Jing was the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, and they had seen him more than once. Due to this reason, they had a certain understanding of Su Jing and knew his innate talent and strength. It's already shocking that Su Jing's cultivation base is at the mastery-refined saint stage. However, he actually wants to challenge both the flowery monk and Jing Suzi at the same time. Vice Mansion Master Ren, don't you think he's a little too arrogant? Lu Hongguang asked through voice transmission as he looked at Ren Zhong. A year ago, he was only an early refined saint stage martial cultivator. However, after a year, he has already broken through to the mastery-refined saint stage. This isn't something the Rising Sky Mansion can do. Due to this reason, I'm certain he must have had a fortuitous encounter in this 1 year. Since he has had a fortuitous encounter, and his strength has risen so much, it's normal for him to be confident. Ren Zhong said through voice transmission, if he challenged the flowery monk and Jing Suzi separately, he might have a chance of winning. However, he actually challenged the flowery monk and Jing Suzi at the same time. He's overconfident and arrogant. I really don't know what fortuitous encounter he had to be so arrogant. Look at him. He seems very confident as though he'll definitely be able to defeat the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. Lu Hongguang added, in the past, both the flowery monk and Jing Suzi were far stronger than him. Now that his strength has increased tremendously, it's normal for him to be arrogant and conceited. However, it may not be a bad thing for him to suffer a setback in this battle. It will teach him a lesson so that he won't dare to underestimate anyone again. Ren Zhong snorted and said. Lu Hongguang nodded in agreement. Damn it! The scene before him caused Su Tsun's expression to become extremely ugly. However, he did not mind Su Jing being defeated. However, to a certain extent, Su Jing represented the Rising Sky Mansion's reputation. It would be fine if he won, but if he lost, he and the Rising Sky Mansion would become a laughingstock in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. As the Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion, naturally, he did not want the force behind him to become a laughingstock because of Su Jing. However, the matter in front of him was clearly not something he could interfere in. At the same time, the surrounding people were still whispering to each other. Although Su Jing appeared to be very confident, not many people were optimistic about him. Among the other ring masters, only Duan Lingtian had a slightly solemn expression on his face. Whether it was the Wine-Meat Monk, Jade Void Zi, In Suzi, or the others, when they looked at Su Jing, there was a hint of mockery in their eyes. It was obvious they did not think Su Jing was strong enough to defeat the flowery monk and Jing Suzi when they joined forces. Su Jing, since you're fighting two people at once, we won't take advantage of you. You can make the first move. The flowery monk said in a deep voice as his eyes gleamed coldly. As he spoke, the kasaya on his body fluttered even though there was no wind. It faintly emitted a terrifying aura. It was obvious he was truly enraged. The flowery monk was not the only one who was truly enraged. Jing Suzi was enraged as well. Although Jing Suzi was a Taoist master and was usually very calm, at this moment, he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart when faced with Su Jing's continuous provocation and humiliation. Flowery monk, Jing Suzi. I know both of you think I'm humiliating you, but I want to tell both of you that I'm no longer the same as before. For this reason, I hope both of you will fight me with your full strength. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning both of you when you die. Su Jing smiled sinisterly as he looked at the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. Based on his words, it was obvious he did not take the flowery monk and Jing Suzi seriously. Moreover, he planned to kill both of them. The flowery monk and Jing Suzi did not dare to kill Su Jing because they were worried the Rising Sky Mansion would seek revenge from the forces behind them. However, Su Jing was different. The Rising Sky Mansion was a fourth-rate force behind Su Jing. Naturally, he was not afraid of the two fifth-rate forces behind the flowery monk and Jing Suzi seeking revenge. Even if the Brahma Temple and the Pure Yang Shrine joined forces, they were nothing to the Rising Sky Mansion. This was the difference between a fourth-rate force and a fifth-rate force. We'll have to see if you're capable of making us unleash our full strength or not. Jing Suzi, who was usually calm, was enraged. Both of you will soon find out if I'm capable or not. Su Jing smiled sinisterly again. At the same time, as soon as his words left his mouth, the space within a 100-meter radius around him began to ripple. A majestic true origin rose from his body and transformed into a tornado in just a blink of an eye. This tornado was similar to the technique he used to kill Zhonggu. It was a technique he cast through his territory. His territory was called the Hurricane Territory. Anyone who entered his territory would feel as though they were being shrouded by a hurricane. The stronger Su Jing's true origin was, the more powerful his territory would be. This tornado was formed by reversing the hurricane in his hurricane territory. It was similar to Duanling Tian's 10,000 Swords Territories, 10,000 Swords Territories, 10,000 Swords Territories, 10,000 Swords Territories, 10,000 Swords Territory. Unlike when he fought with Zhonggu, Su Jing unleashed the strength of a mastery-refined Saint Stage powerhouse the moment he made his move. The current tornado's power was comparable to the tornado that had killed Zhonggu in an instant. In the face of this tornado, even the flowery monk and Jing Suzi's faces turned solemn. Both of their bodies trembled in unison. At this instant, the kasaya on the flowery monk and the Taoist robe on Jing Suzi fluttered loudly as their true origin stirred. At the same time, a territory formed in a 100-meter radius around the flowery monk. Chapter 1692. When the flowery monk and Jing Suzi faced Su Jing's territory technique, they formed their own territory with their true origin. The flowery monk's territory was filled with a golden luster. Of course, compared to Duanling Tian's myriad swords territory, the golden luster in the flowery monk's territory was nothing. This was because Duanling Tian's myriad swords territory was as dazzling as the sun. The flowery monk's territory was not dazzling at all. Of course, although the golden luster in the flowery monk's territory was not dazzling, it did not mean that his territory was weak. In the flowery monk's territory, one could vaguely see illusory Buddhas. These Buddhas were similar to statues. Some were standing, some were sitting with their legs crossed, some were noble, some were elegant, some had their palms together, and some were pinching their fingers together. They looked very lifelike and lifelike. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 Buddhas. 1,000 Buddha territory. At the same time, many people exclaimed softly when they saw the flowery monk's territory. 1,000 Buddha territory? Duanling Tian raised his eyebrows. Although he was far away, he could still feel the extraordinariness of the flowery monk's 1,000 Buddha territory. Although it was not as good as his myriad swords territory, it was still considered a higher-level territory compared to other territories. Those statue-like Buddhas invisibly exerted a kind of pressure on those who saw them. Some Buddhas had benevolent looks. Some Buddhas had ferocious looks. Some Buddhas had smiles all over their faces. And some Buddhas had long faces, as though someone owed them money. At the same time, Jing Suzi's territory was formed. Jing Suzi's territory was blue. This blue color was similar to the blue color of his Taoist robe. Within this blue domain, one could vaguely see two gigantic swords moving about. Both of these swords were over 30 meters long and 2 meters wide. They revolved around Jing Suzi and moved around his domain at a moderate speed, as if they were his protective swords. Yinyang territory. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard many people exclaiming softly, "Yinyang territory?" Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He was not unfamiliar with the term yin and yang. In his previous life, in his hometown on Earth, in that ancient and mysterious Eastern capital, many Taoist classics mention the word yin and yang. One origin, two polarities, three powers, four divisions, five elements, six directions, seven stars, 8 trigrams, 9 palaces. These were all recorded in the Taoist scriptures. Although Duan Lingtian didn't quite understand what they meant, he could still remember them. Although Jing Suzi's territory is not as powerful as the Flowery Monk's territory, the power of the pair of yin-yang Tu Chi's swords in his Tu Chi's territory is not to be underestimated. Previously, he had used this pair of yin-yang Tu Chi's swords to suppress the Flowery Monk's Thousand Buddha territory. Soon a voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. "I've also heard about the incident that you're talking about. However, I've also heard that the Flowery Monk had once used his Thousand Buddha territory to restrain Jing Suzi's yin-yang territory, and used his true origin to suppress Jing Suzi." Then someone else chimed in. "The Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi's strength are on par with each other. Usually, the battle between the two of them would end in a tie, or one of them would win. However, it would still be a narrow victory. This is no longer a secret in our Rising Sky Mansions district. Even so, if we're talking about territories, Jing Suzi's Tu Chi's territory is much stronger." "I think so too. The pair of yin-yang Tu Chi's swords in Jing Suzi's Tu Chi's territory is not inferior to his saint weapon." "That's right. Especially in a situation like the Rising Sky ranking battle, where saint weapons aren't allowed, he's able to gain a lot of advantages by relying on the yin-yang Tu Chi's swords in his territory." The whispers in the surroundings entered Duan Lingtian's ears clearly, allowing him to learn about the pair of gigantic swords in Jing Suzi's territory. Yin-yang Tu Chi's swords? Interesting. Duan Lingtian had unknowingly shifted his gaze to Jing Suzi's pair of yin-yang Tu Chi's swords. At this moment, whether it was the thousands of statue-like Buddhas in the Flowery Monk's Thousand Buddhas territory, or the pair of yin-yang Tu Chi's swords that twined around Jing Suzi, all of them began to make their moves. Faced with the vast tornado that Su Jing cast with his territory, the thousands of Buddhas in the Flowery Monk's Thousand Buddhas territory gleamed. At once, it seemed as though there were more than 2,000 light spots that shone brightly like 2,000 miniature suns. In the next instant, these Buddhas swarmed together like a swarm of bees. As the sun-like light shone in all directions, when the crowd regained their senses, they discovered a gigantic golden Buddha had appeared in front of their eyes. It was a huge golden Buddha. It stood there like a towering mountain. Even the tornadoes that Su Jing had created with his domain were much smaller in front of this golden Buddha. They were not even as tall as the golden Buddha's waist. Looking at this scene, Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. Although he knew that this was only a dharma that the Flowery Monk condensed with his territory, he was still shocked. This was because this dharma was simply too huge. At first glance, it gave off an invisible pressure. Of course, this pressure was not only due to the energy that was contained within this dharma. More importantly, it was due to the size of this dharma. This feeling was as though a towering mountain had suddenly appeared in front of you. When the Flowery Monk's Thousand Buddhas territory condensed a gigantic golden Buddha dharma, Jing Suzi's pair of yin-yang Tu Chi's swords had also arrived. When they were near the edge of the territory, they actually devoured the power of the territory in a frenzy. This caused the blue color within a 100-meter radius around Jing Suzi to dim by quite a bit. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the pair of yin-yang Tu Chi's swords also underwent a drastic change. Firstly, their size had increased tremendously. Although it was not as exaggerated as the Flowery Monk's Great Buddha Dharma, it was still much bigger than the tornado. Of course, this was only referring to any one of the swords. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian also noticed that the two swords that did not look any different from each other before had undergone a drastic change at this moment. One of the swords had completely transformed into a black color. It was also surrounded by a black mist that looked a little like devil chi. However, its aura was filled with Taoist righteousness. It was obvious that it was not devil chi. The other sword, on the other hand, had completely transformed into a dazzling white color. It was shimmering with a white radiance that caused those with a lower cultivation base to not dare to look directly at it. I was wondering why two identical swords would be called Yin-Yang Two Qis swords. So this is their true appearance. The Yin-Yang Two Qis swords indeed live up to their name. Looking at the scene before him, Duan Lingtian was suddenly enlightened. Following that, a flash appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was the great Buddha Dharma form that was transformed from the flowery monk's 1000 Buddha territory. It suddenly swung its right arm, and its palm that was as big as a mountain brought along the sound of wind and thunder as it slammed down on the vast tornado. In an instant, accompanied by an earth-shattering loud noise, the palm of the great Buddha Dharma form landed on the tornado. The two powerful forces collided, causing the void to tremble. Waves of airwaves swept out, setting off billowing winds that raged in all directions. It made a sound that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the great Buddha Dharma form, that was as big as a mountain, suddenly trembled before it shattered into pieces. Barf! At the same time, the flowery monk's face instantly turned pale. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood. It was obvious that he was severely injured. On the other hand, the tornado that was hit by the palm of the great Buddha Dharma form was almost completely depleted. Strangely, Su Jing, who was also at the Mastery Refined Saint stage, was not injured like the flowery monk. Not only that, but the tornado that seemed like it was about to run out of energy suddenly swept up again and returned to its peak state. Seeing this scene, not only was the flowery monk's eyes wide open with disbelief, even the bystanders present were all dumbstruck. What did this mean? It meant that although they were both at the Mastery Refined Saint stage, the flowery monk's strength was far inferior to Su Jing's. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, the stunned crowd was soon attracted by the sound of two swords whistling through the air. It was Jing Su Zi's Yin-Yang Two Qis swords. The two gigantic swords, one black and one white, shot through the air. Wherever they passed, the airflow in the surroundings seemed to have stopped. Naturally, it was not really stopping. It was just that the speed of the gigantic swords was so fast that the airflow in the surroundings seemed to have stopped. In the next instant, Jing Su Zi's Yin-Yang Two Qis swords collided with the tornado that was formed by Su Jing again. One must admit that in terms of offensive strength, Jing Su Zi's Yin-Yang Two Qis swords were much more powerful than the flowery monk's great Buddha Dharma form. When the two swords struck out, the tornado was instantly destroyed. On the other hand, the Yin-Yang Two Qis sword still had some energy left. What a powerful attack! Many people were shocked when they saw this. Jing Su Zi's Yin-Yang Two Qis swords were an eye-opener. The people from the Pure Yang Shrine laughed. There was no need for the flowery monk. Just their Pure Yang Shrine's Jing Su Zi alone was enough to suppress Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Su Jing had boasted earlier that he would fight two people at once. What a joke! Jing Su Zi, your Yin-Yang Two Qis swords are indeed powerful. However, it's time for all of this to end. Just when the crowd thought Jing Su Zi had the ability to suppress Su Jing's voice sounded in a timely manner. However, at this moment, Su Jing's voice was laced with a hint of wickedness and coldness. It caused the people who heard his voice to shudder. At the same time, before they could even react, they could feel an even more terrifying aura surging out of Su Jing's body. At the same time, an even more powerful and vast tornado, mixed with waves of monstrous demonic chi, swept out at an extremely terrifying speed. Chapter 1693. Although Duan Lingtian was present, he did not notice the sudden change in the situation. The reason why he didn't feel it was because his mind wasn't here at all. When Jing Suzi's Yin Yang Tu Chi's swords charged toward the tornado cast by Su Jing, Duan Lingtian's attention was completely attracted by the Yin Yang Tu Chi's swords. He saw something different on the Yin Yang Tu form sword. The different things mentioned here were different from what he currently knew about the way of the sword. Looking at the Yin Yang Tu form sword, he seemed to have understood something. In his mind, pairs of Yin and Yang Tu form swords crossed each other. Each pair of Yin and Yang Tu form swords had different movements. Although the movements were different, the sword Dao essence that they revealed were all different paths, leading to the same goal. At this moment, some of the problems that Duan Lingtian had encountered in the past, when trying to break through to the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, were also easily resolved. The last layer of window paper was suddenly torn open. The second stage of Sovereign Heart Sword, Sword Shadow follows the heart. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had officially comprehended the state of the Sovereign Heart Sword. It was also a completely new and more powerful state. At this stage, once Duan Lingtian made a move, its power would be comparable to the offensive moves of a heaven-rank saint-grade martial tactic. It was completely different from the offensive moves of an earth-rank saint-grade martial tactic. So that's how it is. Sword Shadow follows the heart. So that's how it is. Just as Duan Lingtian regained his senses, and a look of realization appeared on his face, a faintly discernible sword chi wreaked havoc on his body. At this moment, he stood there as if he had turned into a sword, an incomparably sharp sword. However, he was quickly jolted awake. At this time, it was impossible for him not to be startled awake. This was because he discovered that when Jing Suzi's Yin and Yang dual forces suppressed the vast tornado that Su Jing cast again, not only was Su Jing not pushed back, but his body was emitting an even more powerful aura. Moreover, in this aura, there was an additional aura that Duan Lingtian was familiar with. When the Devil Seal tablet in his spatial ring started to vibrate, Duan Lingtian came to a sudden realization. A devil cultivator. This Su Jing is actually a devil cultivator? No. He concealed his strength. At this point, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Su Jing had concealed his strength, and was at the mastery refined saint stage. If he didn't hide his strength, how strong would he be? Even though Duan Lingtian had just comprehended the second stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, and his strength had increased greatly, he could not help but turn pale with fright. Just as Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically, Ren Zhong, Lu Hongguang and Su Tsin, who were the first to react, also changed their expressions at the same time. Their eyes were filled with shock as they looked at Su Jing, who not only emitted an even more powerful true origin from his body, but also waves of demonic qi permeated his true origin. The current Su Jing was like a completely different person compared to the Su Jing earlier. At the same time, the tornado that appeared out of nowhere was even more powerful, and filled with devil qi. It was as tall as the great Buddha Dharma form formed by the flowery monk's 1000 Buddha domain. It swept toward the flowery monk and Jing Suzi at a ridiculously fast speed. The two of them were pressured to the point of suffocation by the speed of the tornado. Swoosh! Swoosh! Horror dawned on both of their faces, as a terrifying thought appeared in their minds. The peak of the refined saint stage. Su Jing has actually broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. This was the only thing they had time to think about. They did not even have time to think about when Su Jing had become a devil cultivator. When the flowery monk and Jing Suzi realized Su Jing's current strength, and how terrifying the attack he cast was, there was only one thought left in their minds: run. At this instant, both of them fled in two different directions. When the thought of fleeing appeared in their minds, Jing Suzi's Yin Yang Tu Chi's swords were also destroyed by the tornado that was even more powerful. The tornado did not slow down at all as it continued to charge toward the fleeing flowery monk and Jing Suzi. Senior brother flowery monk. The group of people from Brahma Temple also regained their senses at this moment. Horror dawned on them. The abbot of Brahma Temple had also discovered Su Jing's true cultivation base at this moment. His expression was extremely grave, as he looked at the fleeing flowery monk worriedly. It was the same for the people from Pure Yang Shrine. However, the group of people from Brahma Temple, led by the abbot, quickly changed their expressions. This was because they clearly saw the tornado that was filled with monstrous devil chi cast by Su Jing had caught up to the flowery monk. Not only that, but he had also disappeared into the tornado. After he disappeared, blood splattered everywhere in the tornado. The flowery monk was dead. No. The abbot of Brahma Temple trembled as his face turned pale. The direct disciple that he valued the most, the direct disciple whom he saw as the future hope of Brahma Temple, had actually died? It was difficult for him to accept this reality. However, the bloody scene before his eyes told him that he had to accept it even if he did not want to. This was the truth, the undeniable truth. When the people saw the flowery monk being turned into a blood mist in just a blink of an eye, the sound of people inhaling sharply resonated in the air. However, nobody made a sound. This was because their attention was on Jing Suzi. It must be said that Jing Suzi was luckier than the flowery monk. Due to the flowery monk's injuries, his speed had also decreased. However, he was not injured in the beginning. Even when the Yin Yang Tu Chi's sword was destroyed, and he was injured, it was only after he had fled for a distance. Therefore, he managed to escape by brushing against the tornado. Even so, he was still sent flying by the terrifying energy at the edge of the tornado. Barf! Jing Suzi opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Now that his injuries had worsened, his face was extremely pale. He was barely able to stand in the air as his body swayed unsteadily. Jing Suzi quickly admit defeat. At this moment, the Pure Yang Monastery's master noticed that Su Jing's eyes were flickering with cold killing intent. His heart shuddered, and he could no longer care about anything else. He immediately shouted to remind Jing Suzi, as if he was afraid that Jing Suzi would be killed by Su Jing if he admitted defeat too late. He would end up like the flowery monk. Jing Suzi's significance to the Pure Yang Shrine was similar to the flowery monk's significance to the Brahma Temple. To the Pure Yang Shrine master, everyone who came with him could die except for Jing Suzi. This was because Jing Suzi was the hope of the Pure Yang Shrine, the future of the Pure Yang Shrine. As long as Jing Suzi could grow in the future, he would definitely be able to lead the Pure Yang Shrine to glory. It was not impossible for him to lead the Pure Yang Shrine, to replace the Rising Sky Mansion, and become a new fourth-rate force. Due to this reason, the monastery master of Pure Yang Shrine did not want Jing Suzi to die as long as there was a possibility. At the same time, Jing Suzi, who was injured and shocked by Su Jing's cultivation base at the peak of the refined saint stage, jolted when he heard his master's reminder. He regained his senses and opened his mouth with much difficulty. I admit. Unfortunately, before he could finish the word admit defeat, a black streak of light swept across the sky. Whoosh! The speed of this black streak of light was actually not any slower than the speed of the tornado earlier. A black ray of light flashed past and left a bloody hole between Jing Suzi's eyebrows. Jing Suzi's eyes that were originally brimming with vigor had now lost their luster. His entire body twitched as he fell from the sky. Even with the reminder from the monastery master of Pure Yang Shrine, it was still too late for Jing Suzi to admit defeat. The difference of a single word had caused him to walk on the road to the Yellow Springs, following in the footsteps of the flowery monk. The two most outstanding people among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansion's district had died just like that. They had died in the hands of the same person. Moreover, this person was someone they had defeated in the past. Jing Suzi, senior brother Jing Suzi. When Jing Suzi was killed, horror dawned on the faces of the people from Pure Yang Shrine. The monastery master of Pure Yang Shrine was especially anxious. When he saw Jing Suzi had been killed, he instantly felt his vision turn black as his vital energy and blood rushed to his heart, causing him to throw up a mouthful of blood. If it was not for his extraordinary cultivation base, perhaps he would have already fainted. At the same time, the entire place fell silent. Everyone's eyes were trained on Su Jing. Although Su Jing was the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, and the good things in his possession were not any less than the flowery monk and Jing Suzi, He had also taken the flowery monk and Jing Suzi's spatial rings. These were his spoils of war. How's this possible? Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was defeated by the flowery monk and Jing Suzi in the past. Both the flowery monk and Jing Suzi could easily defeat him. However, even when they joined forces to fight him, they were still killed by him? If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't believe such a ridiculous thing would happen. Who can tell me if I'm dreaming? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. As the people present on the scene regained their senses, many of them cried out in surprise. They were shocked by Su Jing's current strength. Su Jing was only an early refined saint stage martial cultivator a year ago. Previously, many people found it unbelievable when he displayed his cultivation base at the mastery refined saint stage after a year. They thought he must have had some fortuitous encounter in this 1 year. In everyone's opinion, breaking through from the early refined saint stage to the mastery refined saint stage after a year was a ridiculous matter. However, such an exaggerated matter seemed to be nothing in front of the strength that Su Jing had just displayed. I've never heard of Su Jing being a devil cultivator before this. After a year, he actually fell into the devil Dao and became a devil cultivator? Many people had a solemn expression on their faces when they realized Su Jing was a devil cultivator. Even if he's a devil cultivator, it only took him a year to break through from the early refined saint stage to the peak of the refined saint stage. This seems a little unrealistic, right? Many people chimed in. Indeed, it's unrealistic. However, this is the truth. If he hasn't broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, it's impossible for him to kill the flowery monk and Jing Suzi so easily. I can't believe Su Jing has already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. It seems like he was still holding back when he killed Zhonggu and fought with the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. Chapter 1694. Isn't it obvious? If he didn't hold back at all, I'm afraid the flowery monk and Jing Suzi wouldn't even have a chance to make a move. Perhaps he wants to toy with him by asking the flowery monk and Jing Suzi to make a move. To think I thought Su Jing had overestimated himself. I can't believe he's already a devil cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. That's right. If he had shown his strength at the peak of the refined saint stage from the beginning, we wouldn't have thought he was arrogant and challenged the flowery monk and Jing Suzi at the same time. I think he did it on purpose. If he had shown his strength at the peak of the refined saint stage when he fought with Zhonggu, I'm afraid the flowery monk and Jing Suzi wouldn't have dared to fight him even if they joined forces. That's true. It seems like Su Jing is really cunning. Inside the nimble chess set, the crowd whispered among themselves as they discussed Su Jing's cultivation base. Rinzhong, the vice mansion master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion, and Su Tsin, the grand elder of Rising Sky Mansion, were looking at Su Jing with a hint of bewilderment in their eyes. They were not unfamiliar with devil cultivators. Not only that, but they knew many devil cultivators as well, and they knew the cultivation speed of devil cultivators was much faster than ordinary martial and Dao cultivators. However, even if Su Jing was a devil cultivator now, he had only taken a year to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage. Such progress still shocked them. What kind of monstrous progress was this? Even if he was a devil cultivator, they had never heard of anyone who could break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage in just a year. Even in the upper province of the Dao martial saint land, I'm afraid there aren't many people who can improve so much in just a year, right? How did Su Jing improve his cultivation base? That's right. I really wonder what fortuitous encounter he had. Unfortunately, since it's a fortuitous encounter, he'll definitely keep it a secret. Since he's the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, he can't force it. Ren and Lu Hongguang exchanged glances with each other and communicated through voice transmission. Their hearts were filled with shock at Su Jing's progress in the past year. They were very curious about what Su Jing had experienced in the past year. But they also knew that even if they asked, Su Jing would not tell them. Everyone was selfish, moreover, they were not from the Rising Sky Mansion. The peak of the refined saint stage. In the distance, Duan Lingtian looked at Su Jing with a grave expression. Originally, when he had comprehended the second stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, Sovereign Heart Sword, he had been full of confidence in killing Su Jing. Naturally, it was Su Jing who was at the Mastery Refined Saint stage. Even if Su Jing had comprehended the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he did not dare to say he was completely confident he would be able to defeat him if he was at the peak of the Refined Saint stage. It's a good thing that I managed to comprehend the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword in time. Otherwise, when faced with Su Jing who's at the peak of the Refined Saint stage, I'd be lucky if he didn't kill me. At this point, Duan Lingtian secretly rejoiced. However, Duan Lingtian did not forget how he managed to break through to the next stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. He looked at the place where Jing Suzi was killed and muttered to himself, Jing Suzi, it was your yin-yang two-form sword that gave me inspiration and allowed me to comprehend the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword in one go. Don't worry, I'll kill him and avenge you. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, he shifted his gaze to Su Jing with a cold gleam in his eyes. After comprehending the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he was no longer afraid of fighting Su Jing, who was at the peak of the Refined Saint stage. Naturally, he was not completely confident he could kill Su Jing. According to his estimation, if they did not rely on any external help, the difference in their strength should be about the same. Even if he was stronger, he would not be that much stronger. However, even then, Duan Lingtian still wanted to fight Su Jing. This was the best opportunity to kill Su Jing and help Xue and I get out of this crisis. If Su Jing died outside of the Rising Sky ranking battle, it would definitely implicate the Greenwave Han Mansion. This was not something he wanted to see. Otherwise, he would not have come here alone to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle. If the reason Duan Lingtian wanted to kill Su Jing in the beginning was because of Han Shu and I. However, Jing Suzi was also the reason why he wanted to kill Su Jing. Although Duan Lingtian and Jing Suzi did not know each other and had never communicated with each other before, Jing Suzi had unknowingly helped him. To Duan Lingtian, this was a favor that he had to repay. Duan Lingtian did not like owing people favors, let alone a favor from a dead person. Due to this reason, he wanted to kill Su Jing to repay this favor. Duan Lingtian's gaze gradually turned determined. Young Mansion Master has actually broken through to the peak of the Refined Saint stage. At the same time, the people from the Rising Sky Mansion were in an uproar. As members of the Rising Sky Mansion, they knew Su Jing's background better than anyone else. Due to this reason, they were even more shocked and only regained their senses now. Naturally, this was also because their cultivation base was not high enough. Sutsun was also a member of the Rising Sky Mansion. Moreover, he was the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, but he had already regained his senses. He has actually broken through to the peak of the Refined Saint stage. Sutsun's old face twitched. His eyes were filled with shock. He could not figure out how Su Jing, who was only at the early Refined Saint stage a year ago, managed to break through to the peak of the Refined Saint stage in just a year. This was already beyond the scope of his understanding. Although this was beyond his understanding, it did not stop him from yearning for the fortuitous encounter that Su Jing had encountered. When I return to the Rising Sky Mansion, I must join forces with the other elders and the few Vice Mansion Masters to force him to tell us about his fortuitous encounter. If I can replicate the fortuitous encounter at that time, doesn't that mean my strength will also be raised rapidly? The moment Sutsun thought of this, his heart burned with excitement. The sorrow he felt when his grandson Sutsun was killed had also faded away. No matter what, when the people from the Rising Sky Mansion finally regained their senses, they were shocked by Su Jing's current cultivation base. Their eyes were filled with emotions as they looked at Su Jing. Su Jing, I really didn't expect you to have broken through to the peak of the Refined Saint stage. I'm sure everyone here is curious about how you managed to break through to the peak of the Refined Saint stage, from the early Refined Saint stage, in just a year. I wonder if you'll be able to answer our questions? Ren Zhong asked bluntly as he looked at Su Jing. Although he knew it was impossible for Su Jing to answer, he could not help but ask. Upon hearing Ren Zhong's words, Lu Hongguang also looked at Su Jing with a hint of curiosity and anticipation in his eyes. Even the group of people from the Rising Sky Mansion led by Su Tsin, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, and the others, including Duan Lingtian, looked at Su Jing one after another. The group of people from the Brahma Temple and Pure Yang Shrine, led by the abbot and the shrine master, looked at Su Jing with anger and hatred in their eyes. However, there was also a hint of curiosity in their eyes. It was apparent they were curious about what had happened to Su Jing in the past year. To be more precise, everyone was curious about what had happened to Su Jing in the past year. Breaking through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage, in just a year was just too ridiculous. In the distance, the hunchbacked young man who followed Su Jing here had a smug expression on his face when he saw his young mansion master had become the center of attention. Although he did not have much status in the Rising Sky Mansion, he was the only one who knew the secret of his young mansion master. Naturally, he did not dare to spread the secret out since he had sworn on the lightning penalty oath. If he violated it, he would be killed by the 99 heavenly tribulation. Vice Mansion Master Ren, I know what all of you are thinking. I admit that I did have a fortuitous encounter in this past year. However, this fortuitous encounter can't be duplicated. It can only help one person. I'm that lucky person. Su Jing said calmly when he faced the gazes from the surroundings. That's such a pity. Ren Zhong sighed when he heard this. No one knew if he really believed Su Jing's words. Naturally, it did not matter whether he believed it or not. After Su Jing killed the flowery monk in Jing Suzi, he naturally became the ring master again. At the same time, the scorching sun in the sky was gradually setting in the west. In another 2 hours, it would be evening again. After Su Jing became the ring master, there were still only 9 ring masters left. An early refined saint stage Seckless cultivator, who was slightly stronger, took over and became the last ring master. At the same time, another 2 early refined saint stage martial and Dao cultivators, who were quite strong, defeated Su Gang and another Rising Sky Mansion's disciple one after another. Upon seeing this, many people sighed emotionally. Although the flowery monk and Jing Suzi were not as strong as Su Jing, as long as they did not die, it would not be difficult for them to rank in the top 4 of the Rising Sky ranking. Unfortunately, they were both dead. Naturally, the reason they thought the flowery monk and Jing Suzi would rank in the top 4 of the Rising Sky ranking was because of Duan Lingtian. To be more precise, it was because of Li Feng, whom Duan Lingtian had disguised himself as. Although Duan Lingtian had only fought twice, the battle where he easily killed Su Ken, the grandson of the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, was enough to prove his strength was extraordinary. He was either an elite powerhouse at the intermediate refined saint stage, who was close to the mastery refined saint stage, or he was a mastery refined saint stage powerhouse. Li Feng has killed 2 Rising Sky Mansion's disciples, and one of them is even the grandson of the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. I wonder if Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, will make a move on Li Feng? Soon after, someone glanced at Duan Lingtian before looking at Su Jing and muttering to himself. Although his voice was not loud, many people still heard him. At this moment, many pairs of eyes shifted between Duan Lingtian and Su Jing. Even Ren Xin was looking at Su Jing with anticipation. Although he felt Li Feng, who had killed his grandson, would definitely admit defeat when he faced Su Jing, he still hoped Su Jing would challenge Li Feng to defeat Li Feng. As for Li Feng's life, he would naturally look for an opportunity to take it in the future. Even if he had joined the Sky Hurdle Mansion or the Raging Wave Mansion, he would still seek revenge. He would definitely avenge his grandson. Even if he doesn't challenge me, I'll still challenge him. Chapter 1695. What a joke! The reason Duan Lingtian came here and participated in the Rising Sky ranking battle was to kill Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Naturally, Only Duan Lingtian knew about this. The others were unaware of this. While the group of people was whispering among themselves, wondering if Su Jing would challenge Duan Lingtian or not, Su Jing's gaze landed on Duan Lingtian. Naturally, in his eyes, the cold-faced young man was called Li Feng, and he was a sexless cultivator. To be honest, when he found out Duan Lingtian had killed Su Qian, not only did he not hate Duan Lingtian, but he also thought it was good that Su Qian had died. Before he cultivated the devouring dark devil technique, Su Qian was the only person in the Rising Sky Mansion who could threaten him. Naturally, the threat referred to whether he would be able to become the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion in the future, since Su Qian was the only person of the same generation in the Rising Sky Mansion who could compete with him for the position of the next mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Now that Su Qian was dead, it meant he no longer had a competitor. Naturally, even if Su Qian did not die, he was not afraid Su Qian would compete with him. In fact, he was currently at the peak of the refined saint stage. Even the flowery monk and Jing Suzi, who were at the mastery refined saint stage, were killed by him, let alone Su Qian, who was only at the intermediate refined saint stage. Although Su Jing was not interested in avenging Su Qian, he quickly made up his mind when he saw the anticipation in the eyes of the people from the Rising Sky Mansion. He would challenge Li Feng. Of course, in his opinion, challenging Li Feng was just a formality. Li Feng had already seen his strength earlier, so he would definitely be too scared to accept the challenge. However, this formality was enough to further establish his image in the hearts of the people from the Rising Sky Mansion. This would only benefit him when he became the mansion master in the future. Under the watchful eyes of the others, another person walked out from the group of people from the Rising Sky Mansion. "Young mansion master, please." The moment this Rising Sky Mansion's disciple appeared, he immediately went to the chess piece Su Jing was on and announced he wanted to challenge Su Jing. Naturally, no one would think that he had the guts to challenge Su Jing. When they saw him challenging Su Jing, they knew that Su Jing intended to challenge Duan Lingtian. To be more precise, he intended to challenge Li Feng, whom Duan Lingtian had disguised himself as. "I admit defeat." As expected, when the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple challenged Su Jing immediately admitted defeat and eliminated himself. In the next moment, without waiting for Su Jing to challenge Duan Lingtian, everyone's gazes landed on Duan Lingtian. They all knew what Su Jing was going to do next. Just as they had guessed, after Su Jing admitted defeat, he leaped into the air and landed firmly on the huge chess piece that Duan Lingtian was on. Su Jing hovered in the air and looked at Duan Lingtian condescendingly. "You're Li Feng, right? You killed my Rising Sky Mansion's disciple. If you have the guts, fight me. If you have the guts, fight me." Su Jing's words were clearly saying that if Duan Lingtian did not dare to accept his challenge, he would be considered a coward. However, the people present on the scene did not agree with his words at all. Humph! Does he think he'll be able to provoke Li Feng into accepting his challenge by saying that? That's right. It's fine if he didn't show his true strength earlier. But now that he has, how can Li Feng accept his challenge? Isn't that equivalent to seeking death? Li Feng is, at most, a mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator, like the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. It's a pity for the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. If it wasn't for Su Jing deliberately concealing his cultivation base, they wouldn't have had to fight him and end up dying. That's right. This Su Jing is too cunning. The onlookers whispered among themselves. They did not think Duan Lingtian would accept Su Jing's challenge, since Su Jing was just too strong. Let alone the Rising Sky Mansion's district. Even in all the fourth-rate forces districts, there was no one below the age of 50 who was as strong as Su Jing. He was not even 50 years old yet, but he was already at the peak of the refined saint stage. Such a person was rare, even in quasi-third-rate forces. Just when everyone thought Duan Lingtian would admit defeat, Duan Lingtian took a step forward and looked at Su Jing indifferently. "Based on your words, it seems like you think I'll admit defeat? Don't tell me you won't admit defeat." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Su Jing could not help but sneer. "Why should I admit defeat? If you want to fight, then let's fight." Duan Lingtian continued to say indifferently. However, when he reached the end of his sentence, his voice was filled with determination. If you want to fight, then let's fight. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire nimble chess set fell silent. One could vaguely hear the rapid breathing of many people. At this moment, everyone's eyes were trained on Duan Lingtian. Li Feng actually accepted Su Jing's challenge? My goodness! Don't tell me he's not afraid of death. With Su Jing's current strength, unless he's also a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, it's impossible for him to be a match for Su Jing. Don't tell me he's also a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, since he accepted Su Jing's challenge? How's that possible? Don't forget he's not even 40 years old yet. Let alone the fact that there's no martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, who's not even 40 years old in the Debussy subterranean. Such a person would be one of the best among the younger generation, even in the upper province of the Dao martial saint land. When the crowd regained their senses, they began to discuss among themselves. The topic of discussion revolved around Duan Lingtian. Little brother Li Feng, don't be rash. Although Su Jing's strength has just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, and his cultivation base is still unstable, his cultivation base is still at the peak of the refined saint stage. It's not something a mastery refined saint stage powerhouse can compare to. At this moment, Ren Zhong's reminder sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Lu Hongguang reminded him as well. Whether it was Ren Zhong or Lu Hongguang, both of them did not wish for Li Feng to accept Su Jing's challenge. After all, if Li Feng accepted Su Jing's challenge, he would most likely be killed by Su Jing. Li Feng was a genius martial cultivator they had their eyes on. Naturally, they did not wish for anything to happen to Li Feng. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian merely smiled at their reminder and replied through voice transmission. Thank you for your concern, but I don't think he's capable of killing me yet. The peak of the refined saint stage? His cultivation base was still unstable? When Duan Lingtian heard Ren Zhong's words, he calmed down slightly. Naturally, he believed Ren Zhong's words. After all, Su Jing was the vice mansion master of the Sky Hurdle Mansion, a fourth-rate force. Previously, he was most worried that Su Jing's cultivation base at the peak of the refined saint stage had already stabilized. If that was the case, it would not be easy to deal with him anymore. However, now that he knew Su Jing's cultivation base was still unstable, he was slightly relieved. Of course, he was only slightly relieved. Even if his cultivation base had not stabilized, it was still at the peak of the refined saint stage, just like Ren Zhong had said. It was not something a mastery refined saint stage powerhouse could compare to. Ren Zhong was unaware of Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base. If he knew Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base was only at the intermediate pristine saint stage, he would most likely be so shocked that he would have a heart attack. In the Dao martial saint land, such a ridiculous thing had never happened before when someone was at the intermediate pristine saint stage and had killed Su Qin, who was an outstanding powerhouse at the intermediate refined saint stage. However, Duan Lingtian had done it. Good. Good. Very good. At this moment, Su Jing, who was stunned by Duan Lingtian's straightforward acceptance of his challenge, finally regained his senses. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Li Feng, I must say that you're really gutsy. Unfortunately, the world of martial artists isn't a place where gutsy people can survive. Soon, I'll let you know how stupid you are for accepting my challenge. No, perhaps, you'll be killed by me in just one blow. You won't even have the time to realize how stupid you are. When Su Jing reached the end of his sentence, he had a mocking smile on his face, as though Duan Lingtian was about to be killed by him. Is that so? No matter how good Duan Lingtian's temper was, he could not help but feel enraged when he heard Su Jing's words. What? Are you angry? If you're angry, just give birth quickly. Perhaps, you won't have the chance to be angry anymore after a while. Humph. Duan Lingtian snorted coldly and ignored Su Jing. He merely stared at him coldly. You can make the first move. I won't take advantage of you. Su Jing sneered. Upon hearing Su Jing's provocative words, Duan Lingtian's anger rose again. However, When the people present heard Su Jing's words, they did not think much of it. This was because they felt that Su Jing was qualified to say such words. Is Li Feng's head kicked by a donkey? He actually accepted Su Jing's challenge. Doesn't he know that he's digging his own grave? Humph. He's digging his own grave. Not many people present were optimistic about Li Feng's chances of winning. Apart from a few sectless cultivators who were looking at Duan Lingtian worriedly, the people from the various forces were looking at Duan Lingtian as though they were watching a good show. These people from the various forces did not have a good impression of sectless cultivators. This was especially true for a sectless cultivator who was as outstanding as Duan Lingtian. They were even more envious of him. It was truly infuriating for a sectless cultivator to possess such a cultivation base at such a young age. Duan Lingtian stood on the huge chess piece and rose into the air. He only slowed down when he was at the same level as Su Jing. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with determination as he looked at Su Jing. Xuanai, today, Brother Lingtian will get rid of this trouble for you. From today onward, you'll be able to live a carefree life like before. When Duan Lingtian thought about how worried Han Xuanai was now compared to the mischievous Han Xuanai in the past, he felt his heart ache again. For this reason, no matter what, he had to kill Su Jing today, even if it was difficult for him to do so now. Also, Jing Suzi, even though we don't know each other, since your Yin Yang Tu Chi's sword helped my sovereign heart sword achieve a breakthrough, I can say that I owe you a favor. I'll return this favor today. Once Su Jing dies, you'll be able to rest in peace in the netherworld. Chapter 1696. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian and Su Jing stood facing each other. Although there were many people in the nimble chess set, it was extremely quiet at this moment. Everyone was quietly watching Duan Lingtian and Su Jing without blinking. Although they already knew the outcome of this battle, deep in their hearts, they still hoped that there would be a miracle. However, in the depths of their hearts, they still hoped for a miracle to happen. Although it was almost impossible, as long as one was a normal person, they would yearn for a miracle. Only a miracle could make them excited. If what happened next was what they had expected, and Li Feng was killed by Su Jing, they would not be surprised at all. Sigh. Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang looked at each other and shook their heads in tacit understanding. They were helpless in the face of Li Feng's impulsiveness. However, although they were helpless, they could not intervene because this was Li Feng's own choice. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had changed his name to Li Feng, was staring coldly at Su Jing. Since Su Jing had allowed him to make the first move, he naturally would not be courteous. Whoosh! In an instant, the sun true origin in Duan Lingtian's body soared. A golden radiance that was as bright as the sun immediately swept in all directions. Many people could not help but squint their eyes. What kind of true origin is Li Feng's true origin? Why does it feel so exaggerated? That's right. This is my first time seeing such true origin. When Duan Lingtian's true origin appeared on the surface of his body, many people began to discuss among themselves. Soon, under their watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian was completely shrouded in a layer of golden light shield. The golden light shield was like a scorching sun as it continued to expand. In the end, it transformed into a gigantic light ball with a diameter of 100 meters. Duan Lingtian was also completely shrouded in the gigantic light ball. His territory makes it impossible for people to see what's inside. Many people smiled wryly when they saw this. Apart from Su Jing and the hunchbacked young man next to him, everyone present had seen Duan Lingtian's territory before. Although they were no longer surprised, they were still quite amazed. This was the first time they had seen such a domain. However, we can be sure that Li Feng's domain is related to the sword. Soon another person spoke. Isn't that obvious? Previously, in the battle between Li Feng and Su Can, he used his domain to form a golden sword to kill Su Can, someone else said. At the same time, when Su Jing saw Duan Lingtian's domain hanging there like a blazing sun, he could not help but feel shocked. The scorching sun-like domain in front of him made it impossible for him to see the scene inside. Everything inside was unknown to him. and the unknown was usually the scariest. Due to this reason, although Su Jing was a devil cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, he no longer underestimated Duan Lingtian's territory. His expression was solemn as he faced it seriously. The hunchbacked young man who had followed Duan Lingtian here was also shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian's domain. This was his first time seeing such a strange territory. However, when he thought about his young mansion master's current strength, he felt relieved. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he thought to himself, "It doesn't matter how strange your territory is. You're destined to die in front of young mansion master." Boom, 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 boom. As a series of thunderous explosions reverberated in the air, Duan Lingtian, who was holding up his golden light shield, made his move. As soon as Duan Lingtian made his move, the 10,000 swords territory moved as well. When the entire territory moved, it was naturally met with great resistance. Due to the friction between the resistance and the friction, it set off a series of loud explosions. All of a sudden, just as Su Jing's true origin and devil chi surged out of his body, the huge golden light shield that enveloped Duan Lingtian, the 10,000 swords territory that was consolidated by the sun true origin, shrunk rapidly. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's figure appeared before everyone's eyes again. Apart from Ren Zhong, Lu Hongguang and Su Tsin, nobody else present on the scene saw this process. Ren Zhong and the other two could see that when Duan Lingtian's territory shrunk rapidly, the 10,000 sword rays that were whistling in the air gradually merged into one. In the end, it appeared in his hand and transformed into a 3-foot-long blade that shone with a dazzling golden light. Although the 3-foot-long blade was not a real sword, it emitted waves of oppressive sword chi. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian held the 3-foot-long blade in his hand as he stood there, emitting waves of sword chi that shot up to the sky. A sword cultivator. At this moment, the hearts of everyone present on the scene jolted as this thought appeared in their minds. At this moment, almost everyone was certain that Duan Lingtian was a sword cultivator. The sword in his hand seems to be consolidated by his territory. The oppressive sword chi that surges out of it seems to be even more powerful than the Yin-Yang two forms, sword that Jing Suzi transformed from his territory. Soon after, many people with discerning eyes exclaimed in surprise, "That's right. Jing Suzi's Yin-Yang two forms sword is indeed a far cry from the sword in his hand." Many people chimed in. The reason they had such a feeling was because the 3-foot-long blade in Duan Lingtian's hand contained the profundity of the second stage of the sovereign heart sword. Sword shadow follows the heart. If one took a closer look, one could vaguely see strands of translucent sword shadows surrounding the golden sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. These sword shadows only appeared after Duan Lingtian performed the second stage of the sovereign heart sword. Sword shadow follows the heart. Humph. So what if you're a sword cultivator? In the face of an absolute difference in strength, you're still nothing. At this moment, Su Jing, who had also consolidated his territory, snorted coldly as he mocked Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian did not respond to him. To be more precise, he did not respond to him verbally. The only thing that responded to him was the sword in his hand. It was a sword that shone with a dazzling radiance like the scorching sun. Whoosh! The sword tore through the air and charged toward Duan Lingtian. It gave off a strange feeling as though Duan Lingtian and his sword had transformed into a gigantic sword that charged toward Su Jing. Whoosh! 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 Faced with Duan Lingtian, who was charging at him menacingly, Su Jing did not dare to be careless. His hands shook, and in an instant, his hurricane territory began to tremble. Soon after, a vast tornado was formed. Devil Chi soared into the sky from the tornado. Although it was not as powerful as Su Jing's full-force attack, when he killed the flowery monk in Jing Suzi, it was not too far off. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian charged into the tornado with his sword. Gasp! 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 Immediately, the sound of people sucking in cold air was heard. The people present all looked at the figure, who had entered the tornado, with pity. However, they were soon stunned. This was because they did not see the bloody mist that they had expected. This Li Feng actually managed to survive after charging into the tornado formed by Su Jing's territory? As expected, he's not simple. This Li Feng must be one of the best among mastery-refined Saint Stage martial cultivators. That's right. However, accepting Su Jing's challenge is destined to be his biggest mistake. This mistake will cost him his life. He's too rash. Otherwise, with his talent, not to mention a fourth-rate force, even a quasi-third-rate force would fight to the death to take him in. Chapter 1697. Naturally, Duan Lingtian, who had charged into the tornado, did not die. Unknowingly, a layer of translucent sword qi had appeared on the surface of his body, protecting him within it. It was airtight. Even when the vast energy in the tornado wreaked havoc, it could only cause the sword energy to tremble. It could not break the sword energy at all. This sword energy was, naturally, the profundity of the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword shadow following the heart. Although it was fused with the Sun True Origin, it completely enveloped the Sun True Origin and did not reveal itself at all. Under normal circumstances, only a higher level of energy would be able to completely contain other energy. Based on this, one could see how extraordinary the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword was. This was where Duan Lingtian's confidence came from. The confidence he had was, naturally, the confidence he had in killing Su Jing. If the Sovereign Heart Sword had not entered the second stage, Duan Lingtian would not have any confidence he could defeat Su Jing. After all, Su Jing was a devil cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. If he had not made a breakthrough in the Sovereign Heart Sword, let alone a devil cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, Duan Lingtian would not even be confident he could defeat a mastery refined saint stage martial, Dao, or devil cultivator. At most, they would be evenly matched. For this reason, to Duan Lingtian, the breakthrough in the Sovereign Heart Sword was like a timely rain. With the 3-foot-long blade transformed from the 10,000 swords territory in his hand, and the sword shadow following the heart sword's second stage, the sword shadow following the heart, Duan Lingtian felt as though the 3-foot-long blade in his hand had become a part of his body. The sword moved according to his heart without any hesitation at all. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian, who had charged into the tornado, and was not affected by it immediately through the 3-foot-long blade in his hand. At once, a dazzling golden light shot out from his hand. At the same time, the 3-foot-long blade brought Duan Lingtian through Su Jing's territory and headed straight for him. To be more precise, it was heading straight for the spot between Su Jing's brows. What a fast speed! At the same time, whether it was Ren Zhong, Lu Hongguang, or Su Tsen, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. They discovered something shocking. Duan Lingtian's current speed was not something a mastery-refined saint stage martial cultivator could possess. He's also at the peak of the refined saint stage. After this thought appeared in the hearts of the three, their hearts couldn't help but beat faster, as if their hearts would jump out at any moment. Another powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. After discovering this fact, how could they not be shocked? This was especially true for Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang. Their eyes shone brightly as they looked at each other. They could see the intense hostility in each other's eyes. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, they hoped to recruit Duan Lingtian into their respective factions. Even in a quasi-third-rate force, there might not be such an outstanding martial cultivator. They had never heard of such a person, who was at the peak of the refined saint stage, before the age of 40, in the Debussy subterranean. At this moment, they finally understood why Duan Lingtian was so confident. He even rejected their good intentions, and insisted on accepting Su Jing's challenge. As it turned out, he was a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, so he was not afraid of Su Jing at all. Young Mansion Master, be careful. He's a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. At the same time, Su Tsen also hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Su Jing. Although he did not really like Su Jing, this battle was related to Su Jing's safety, so he had to be careful. He could imagine if Su Jing died here, He would be severely punished when he returned to the Rising Sky Mansion. He might even be punished to meditate for 100 years. After all, he was the leader of the Rising Sky Mansion. He was obligated to protect Su Jing's safety. Currently, Su Jing was no longer the good-for-nothing rich kid. Currently, Su Jing's cultivation base was at the peak of the refined saint stage. He was the hope of the Rising Sky Mansion. Now that Su Jing had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, as long as he was given enough time, he would definitely be able to lead the Rising Sky Mansion to a higher level and become a quasi-third-rate force in the Debussy subterranean. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, quasi-third-rate forces were absolutely supreme forces. Not only did they occupy the best Saint Stone reserves, but they even occupied the Saint Martial Secret Zone in the Debussy subterranean that could be counted with one's fingers. The Saint Martial Secret Zone was a secret zone that could allow many genius martial cultivators to soar. There were all kinds of cultivation resources and rare treasures inside. Becoming a quasi-third-rate force was every fourth-rate force's dream. Naturally, it was difficult to realize this dream. However, it did not affect fourth-rate forces from pursuing it. Putting aside the Saint Stone reserves, the Saint Martial Secret Zone was the foundation of a quasi-third-rate force. It was something fourth-rate forces would fight over. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, the Saint Martial Secret Zone was also known as the Cradle of Geniuses, the peak of the refined saint stage. In fact, even without Su Tsun's reminder, Su Jing had already seen through it. Li Feng, who was charging at him with his sword and ignored his tornado, was a powerful opponent. He was definitely not someone a mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator could compare to. Even if the flowery monk and Jing Suzi were to join forces, they would not be able to compare to Li Feng. Humph! Suddenly, Su Jing coldly snorted. A moment later, the hurricane domain rapidly shrank and finally turned into a small tornado in front of him. The reason why it was called a small tornado was because it was only twice as tall as Su Jing. Although it was small, the energy it contained was not simple at all. When Duan Lingtian's 3-foot-long green sword entered, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel how terrifying this mini tornado that was filled with monstrous devil chi was. This was because the mini tornado was rapidly depleting his Sun True Origin. Moreover, to a certain extent, this mini tornado had already threatened the protective sword energy on the surface of his body. Descent of the Wind Dragon. While Duan Lingtian was still in shock over Su Jing's technique, Su Jing's shout resonated in the air. Following that, the mini tornado suddenly trembled before it transformed into a divine dragon that was completely formed by wind. Naturally, the wind that had transformed into a divine dragon was extremely sharp and terrifying. As it roared, it seemed as though the void was vibrating. When the tornado transformed, Duan Lingtian also noticed that the 3-foot-long green sword in his hand had lost its restraints. However, although the sword was no longer restrained, Duan Lingtian did not intend to continue attacking Su Jing. At the first moment, he seemed to have discovered something, and his figure quickly swept back. At the same time, the divine dragon that had transformed into a mini tornado suddenly turned its head and smashed onto the spot where Duan Lingtian was standing earlier. The void instantly shook. Boom! Along with a loud bang, ripples appeared in the void and spread out like ripples. A terrifying airwave exploded in the void, setting off gusts of violent wind. This was enough to show how terrifying the attack was. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who had dodged the attack first, could not help but feel a lingering fear. I really didn't expect Su Jing to have such a terrifying martial tactic. The power of this martial tactic must be an offensive technique in the Earth-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic. Moreover, it must have been cultivated to the highest stage, the impeccable stage. This was Duan Lingtian's guess. Duan Lingtian had indeed guessed correctly. The martial tactic that Su Jing had used was called the Descent of the Wind Dragon. It was an offensive technique in the Earth-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic. It was also one of the few most powerful offensive techniques in the Rising Sky Mansion. It was on par with the space-shattering origin explosion that Su Tsun had mastered. Humph! You're really quick to dodge. Su Jing snorted coldly when he saw Duan Lingtian had dodged his attack first. However, when he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his gaze was completely different. If it was said that his gaze when he looked at Duan Lingtian earlier was filled with contempt, there was no longer any contempt in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian now. Instead of contempt, it was solemn. At this moment, he had no choice but to be solemn. Previously, he did not know Li Feng's true strength. However, based on what he saw earlier, it seemed like Li Feng's strength was not inferior to his at all. He was also at the peak of the refined saint stage. Naturally, he could see that although Li Feng was also at the peak of the refined saint stage, he must have just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage like him. Due to this reason, although his gaze and expression were solemn, he did not have any intention of retreating at all. Their strength was on par with each other. Instead, it aroused his desire to win. At the same time, the onlookers finally regained their senses. They looked at Duan Lingtian, as though they had seen a ghost. This Li Feng is actually so strong. Based on the strength he displayed earlier, and the technique he used to dodge Su Jing's attack, his strength is most likely at the peak of the refined saint stage as well. Heavens! He's not even 40 years old yet. A martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, who's not even 40 years old. In our Debussy subterranean, even those quasi-third-rate forces might not have someone like that, right? No wonder he was so confident when he accepted Su Jing's challenge. Originally, I thought he was being impulsive. However, it seems like he's really confident. Although he's also at the peak of the refined saint stage, based on the earlier exchange of blows, his strength seems to be slightly inferior to Su Jing's. I've also noticed that his strength is indeed slightly inferior. The onlookers discussed animatedly among themselves. The topic of discussion revolved around Duan Lingtian's alias, Li Feng. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had also become the center of attention. Little brother Li Feng, if you think you're no match for Su Jing, just admit defeat. As long as you admit defeat, I'll be able to save you. At this moment, a voice transmission resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. He could tell this was the voice of Ren Zhong, the vice mansion master of Sky Hurdle Mansion. As soon as Ren Zhong's voice transmission left his mouth, Lu Hongguang's voice transmission arrived as well. As for the content of the voice transmissions, they were similar. Although Duan Lingtian knew both of them were so kind, because they wanted him to live, so he could join their respective forces, he still thanked them politely. Chapter 1698. Su Jing's expression turned grave when he saw Duan Lingtian's strength. However, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, his expression turned grave immediately. His opponent's indifferent tone made him extremely displeased. In fact, up until now, he had the upper hand. Su Jing was not the only one who thought this way. Everyone present on the scene, including Ren Zhong, Lu Hongguang, and Su Zhen, had the same thought as well. However, they were unaware of this. This was exactly what Duan Lingtian wanted. When Duan Lingtian saw the hint of disdain in Su Jing's eyes, he knew he had achieved his goal. He did not use his full strength when he attacked earlier. He wanted to make Su Jing let his guard down. Only then would he be confident he could kill Su Jing before Su Jing admitted defeat. Although Su Jing was extremely arrogant, if he discovered Duan Lingtian's strength was far superior to his, he would definitely put aside his pride and admit defeat for the sake of his life. This was not something Duan Lingtian wanted to see. Due to this reason, when Duan Lingtian and Su Jing began to fight again, Duan Lingtian continued to fight with Su Jing with the same strength as before. Naturally, he was at a disadvantage and looked slightly wretched. When the group of sectless cultivators saw this, they began to worry about Duan Lingtian. It's obvious Li Feng isn't a match for Su Jing. Why isn't he admitting defeat? That's right. Don't tell me he thinks he can defeat Su Jing? If this continues, he'll be killed by Su Jing sooner or later. If it were me, I'd definitely admit defeat. Don't tell me Li Feng thinks his reputation is more important than his life? The group of sectless cultivators was worried sick about Duan Lingtian. They were unaware that the person involved was having a good time. At this moment, Even Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang could not help but break out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. Young Mansion Master, kill him! At this moment, someone among the group of people from the Rising Sky Mansion shouted. Immediately, the others began to shout as well. Kill him! Kill him! The group of people from the Rising Sky Mansion shouted loudly. Their voices entered Su Jing's ears, causing him to feel slightly smug. Su Jing's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He thought to himself, it's time for this game to end. The moment he thought of this, his attacks became even more ferocious. When Duan Lingtian realized this, a subtle light flashed in the depth of his eyes. His chance had finally arrived. Duan Lingtian had a panicked expression on his face when he saw the wind dragon controlled by Su Jing charging at him, and he hurriedly retreated. Still trying to escape? A hint of disdain could be seen in Su Jing's eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression and his actions. His body flashed as his speed increased. Roar! It sounded like a true dragon's roar as Su Jing used his territory, his true origin, and his martial technique to transform into a wind dragon. It tore through the sky and pounced toward Duan Lingtian with bared fangs and brandished claws. Its speed was so fast that Duan Lingtian's speed could not compare to it. Due to this reason, the wind dragon quickly caught up to Duan Lingtian. When Su Jing saw the wind dragon was about to hit Duan Lingtian's back, he came to a halt as a victorious smile appeared on his face. Bang! Along with a loud explosion, the wind dragon that Su Jing had cast exploded and released a terrifying force. The force caused the air to tremble. If an ordinary martial cultivator, who had just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, was hit by this attack, he would definitely die. However, could an ordinary martial cultivator, who had just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, compare to Duan Lingtian's strength? To be more precise, could an ordinary martial cultivator, who had just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, compare to Duan Lingtian's defense? In fact, Duan Lingtian's body was even more powerful than a six-clawed divine dragon at the same level. Due to the fact that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the intermediate pristine saint stage, although his body was powerful, when faced with Su Jing's attack, he was still heavily injured even with the protection of the sword energy, formed by the Sun True Origin from the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword shadow following the heart. When Duan Lingtian was injured and Su Jing had a smug expression on his face, whoosh! A short-lived sword cry suddenly resonated in the air. It was like a ghost's cry and wolf's howl that tore through the silence of the night. In the eyes of Ren Zhong, Lu Hongguang, and Su Tsin, a swift golden sword ray shot out from Duan Lingtian's hand. Its speed was so fast that it was much faster than Duan Lingtian's previous attack. Not only that, but the speed of this sword ray was even faster than Su Jing's wind dragon. At this moment, if they still did not know Duan Lingtian had concealed his strength, they would have lived their lives in vain. Young Mansion Master! Horror dawned on Su Tsin's face. He immediately shouted, trying to warn Su Jing. However, currently, Su Jing was still immersed in the joy of Duan Lingtian being struck. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would make such a move at all. For this reason, when he finally regained his senses, the swift golden sword ray was only a foot away from him. At this moment, the feeling the golden sword ray gave him was not a sword ray at all. It was more like a dazzling sun. The sun came crashing down on his face. Spurt! Blood splattered everywhere as a bloody hole appeared at the center of Su Jing's brows. However, a smug smile remained on his face. This smile would be the last smile in his life. Barf! At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who was severely injured, could no longer hold it in. He opened his mouth and threw up a mouthful of blood. The extravasated blood fell into the air like stars in the sky, like dazzling red roses. Although Duan Lingtian was severely injured, he did not forget to take Su Jing's spatial ring. After all, it was his spoils of war. It was only when Duan Lingtian snatched Su Jing's spatial ring and allowed Su Jing's body to fall on the huge chess piece and smash into a pulp that the people present on the scene finally regained their senses. When they finally regained their senses, the scene was dead silent again. Young Mansion Master! In the end, It was Sutsun who snapped everyone back to their senses. However, as soon as Sutsun shouted, two figures appeared next to Duan Lingtian and shielded him. They stared at Sutsun, as though they were afraid Sutsun would attack Duan Lingtian in a fit of rage. They did not dare to let their guard down when faced with Sutsun, who had a criminal record. Naturally, these two people were none other than Ren Zhong, the vice mansion master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, and Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion. They were also shocked by how Duan Lingtian managed to kill Su Jing at the critical moment. From the beginning until the end, they had witnessed the battle between Duan Lingtian and Su Jing. At the moment Su Jing was killed, they finally realized that Duan Lingtian's act of showing weakness was merely a smokescreen to deceive Su Jing. It was precisely because of this smokescreen that Su Jing had let his guard down and was killed at the critical moment. It seems like Duan Lingtian has the intention of killing Su Jing since the beginning. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so careful and calculated. Ren Zhong thought to himself. Lu Hongguang's thoughts were similar as well. They could see that although Duan Lingtian was stronger than Su Jing, it was not impossible for him to kill Su Jing in a head-on battle. However, if it was a head-on battle, Su Jing would have a chance to admit defeat. He might not be able to kill Su Jing. Due to Duan Lingtian's scheme, Su Jing had fallen into his trap and was led by the nose. In the end, he could not escape death. At this moment, Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang's thoughts were extremely active. Let alone in the Debussyi subterranean, even in the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were not many genius martial cultivators who possessed such intelligence. If such a person joined their forces, it would only be a matter of time before their forces became a quasi-third-rate force. It was precisely because of this that they were so eager to appear next to Duan Lingtian, to protect Duan Lingtian. Li Feng, how dare you kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion? How dare you? When Sutsun saw Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang standing next to Duan Lingtian, he knew he could not make a move. However, he could not just let this go. The Rising Sky Mansion's hope was destroyed by Li Feng. He did not doubt that once this news spread to the Rising Sky Mansion, Li Feng would definitely become the Rising Sky Mansion's #1 enemy. He wants to kill me, so why can't I kill him? What a joke. After consuming the healing medicinal pill, Duan Lingtian had slightly recovered from his injuries. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said mockingly, "Don't tell me all of you from the Rising Sky Mansion are so overbearing? If it was an ordinary person, perhaps they would be afraid of Sutsun's threat. However, Duan Lingtian had come this time to kill Su Jing. How could he be afraid of Sutsun's threat? Xuanai, Brother Lingtian has killed Su Jing for you. From now on, you'll be able to live the life you want happily again." At this moment, a beautiful figure appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. The mocking smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by a gentle smile. Naturally, in the eyes of others, it looked more like a silly smile. He killed Su Jing? At the same time, the onlookers regained their senses one after another. They looked at Duan Lingtian, who was smiling foolishly. Currently, Duan Lingtian had a silly smile on his cold face. No matter how one looked at it, it did not seem right. However, not many people paid attention to this. Everyone's attention was focused on the fact that Duan Lingtian had killed Su Jing. When the people from the Brahma Temple and Pure Yang Shrine saw Su Jing was killed, all of them smiled. Their gazes when they looked at Duan Lingtian turned much gentler. "Thank you, benefactor Li Feng. Thank you, fellow Taoist Li Feng." Two voice transmissions entered Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner, waking him up from his daze. When Duan Lingtian raised his head, he discovered the voice transmissions were from none other than the abbot of Brahma Temple and the shrine master of Pure Yang Shrine. By killing Su Jing, he had indirectly avenged the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. Li Feng! Li Feng! At the same time, the sectless cultivators present on the scene were in an uproar. All of them called out Duan Lingtian's alias excitedly. Chapter 1699. The Seckless cultivators present on the scene felt proud after Duan Lingtian killed Su Jing. In fact, let alone the Rising Sky Mansion's district, even in the entire Debussy subterranean and the Dao Marshal Saint Land, Seckless cultivators were usually suppressed by those who had a force backing them up. After all, those who had a force backing them up would usually have a better cultivation environment and resources. As for Seckless cultivators, they were born and nurtured by heaven and earth. However, today, Duan Lingtian had killed Su Jing as a Seckless cultivator. Who was Su Jing? The young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. If it was before today, although many people would be surprised when Duan Lingtian killed Su Jing, it would not be as exaggerated as it was now. Today, Su Jing's performance was completely different from before. Not only did he kill the best among the Seckless cultivators, but he even managed to kill his old rival, Zhonggu, even when the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi had joined forces. In fact, in the past, the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi had the strength to easily crush him. However, it only took him a year to break through to the peak of the Refined Saint stage, from the early Refined Saint stage, giving him the strength to become the strongest person among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. Naturally, if it was not for Duan Lingtian, Su Jing would have become the strongest person among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansion's district after the Rising Sky ranking battle ended. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian's appearance, or to be more precise, the appearance of Duan Lingtian Li Feng, had not only pulled him down from the clouds, but it had also caused him to fall into hell, never to be able to rise again. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian's killing of Su Jing shocked everyone present on the scene. More importantly, Duan Lingtian was not more than 40 years old. He's not more than 40 years old, but his cultivation base is already at the peak of the Refined Saint stage. This Li Feng is really monstrous. Previously, he seemed to have the intention of joining either the Sky Hurdle Mansion or the Raging Wave Mansion. No matter if it's the Sky Hurdle Mansion or the Raging Wave Mansion, once he joins us, it won't be impossible for us to become a quasi-third-rate force in a few decades. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. Everyone's eyes immediately shifted to Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang. The two of them were the representatives of the Sky Hurdle Mansion and Raging Wave Mansion respectively. Duan Lingtian had also expressed his intention to join the forces behind them. Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang looked at each other and saw the hostility in each other's eyes. After all, there was only one Li Feng, and they couldn't split it in half. Li Feng, as the Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion, I'll give you a chance to live. As long as you join the Rising Sky Mansion and swear on the lightning penalty oath that you'll serve the Rising Sky Mansion wholeheartedly, I'll spare your life on behalf of the Rising Sky Mansion. Not only that, but the Rising Sky Mansion will also nurture you without any reservation. It's not impossible for you to become the next mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion in the future. At this moment, a voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It was none other than the voice transmission from Su Tsun, the Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion. Based on Su Tsun's words, it was obvious the Rising Sky Mansion would not look for trouble with Duan Lingtian, as long as he was willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Although Su Tsun wished for nothing more than to get rid of the murderer of his grandson, after witnessing the monstrous innate talent of the other party, even he could not help but cherish the other party's talent. If he could bring such a genius back, it would definitely be a great achievement. At that time, nobody would blame him for Su Jing's death. As for the mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion, although he loved his son very much, in Su Tsun's opinion, as long as he was not out of his mind, he would definitely realize how important Li Feng was to the Rising Sky Mansion. The Rising Sky Mansion used to be a quasi-third-rate force before it was reduced to a fourth-rate force. Due to this reason, the Rising Sky Mansion was more eager than any other fourth-rate force to become a quasi-third-rate force again. In the face of the clan's interest, personal enmity could be put aside. Elder Su, did I hear wrongly? Upon hearing Su Tsun's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian looked at him casually and said, "You're asking me to join the Rising Sky Mansion? Even if you can put aside your grandson's enmity, Don't tell me the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion can also put aside his son's enmity and not make things difficult for me? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place burst into an uproar. No one expected that Su Zhen, the person who wanted to kill Li Feng the most, would open his mouth to recruit Li Feng. Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang, on the other hand, could understand Su Xian. After all, Li Feng's innate talent was just too monstrous. As long as he was around and did not die prematurely, it would not be difficult for him to lead a fourth-rate force to become a quasi-third-rate force in the future. For a moment, their eyes were filled with hostility as they looked at Su Xin. Little brother Li Feng, don't believe him. He's most likely trying to trick you into leaving with him and killing you halfway. Ren Zhong sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian, trying to sow discord between Duan Lingtian and Su Xian. He did not wish for Duan Lingtian to join the Rising Sky Mansion, even though he could understand why Su Zhen would make such a decision. Lu Hongguang sent a voice transmission as well. The meaning of his words was similar to Ren Zhong's voice transmission. He was also trying to sow discord between Duan Lingtian and Su Xian. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could guess their thoughts. He could not help but laugh inwardly. However, he still replied to reassure them that he would definitely not join the Rising Sky Mansion. Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang were very satisfied with Duan Lingtian's reply since it meant they would have one less competitor. The Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion actually wants Li Feng to join the Rising Sky Mansion? At the same time, many people regained their senses and found it hard to believe. Don't tell me he's forgotten that his grandson was killed by Li Feng? Did he forget that the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion was also killed by Li Feng? Someone asked curiously. You don't understand, right? With Li Feng's innate talent, let alone killing the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, even if he killed the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, as long as he's willing to join the Rising Sky Mansion, the people in the Rising Sky Mansion will still welcome him. A martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage below the age of 40 is not a joke. That's right. If such a genius martial cultivator is given enough time to grow, it won't be difficult for him to lead a fourth-rate force to become a quasi-third-rate force in the future. In front of the future of the force behind him, personal enmity seems insignificant. The crowd discussed among themselves. Gradually, they felt that Su Zhen, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, was right for him to make such a decision. When the group of people from Rising Sky Mansion heard Duan Lingtian's words, they were furious. They felt the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Zhen, was embarrassing the Rising Sky Mansion. However, now that they had calmed down, they felt Su Zhen was not wrong. Don't worry. As long as you swear on the lightning penalty oath to serve the Rising Sky Mansion for life, I can guarantee that not only me, but even Lord Mansion Master won't make things difficult for you. Su Zhen was not angry when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Instead, he promised bluntly, "Looks like your Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion is as cold-blooded as you. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in joining such a cold-blooded force." Duan Lingtian rejected him directly. Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang smiled when they saw Duan Lingtian had rejected Su Xian. However, Su Zhen's expression was extremely grave. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang and transmitted his voice to them. "Vice Mansion Master Ren, Elder Lu, I'm afraid none of the people from Rising Sky Mansion will be able to enter the Rising Sky ranking. I'm worried that Su Zhen will lie in ambush and wait for an opportunity to attack me after he leaves with his men. For this reason, I'd like to leave first and wait for all of you at the Hengduan mountain range, 100 miles to the west. Is that okay?" When Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang heard this, they looked at each other and nodded. Indeed, if Su Zhen left first with his men and did not really leave, he would lie in ambush outside the Nimble Valley and launch a sneak attack. Even they would not be able to guard against it. Moreover, although the strongest person in the group of people from Rising Sky Mansion was Su Zhen, there was another Vice Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion in a city near the Nimble Valley. If Su Zhen went to greet him, it would not be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian with a sneak attack. Due to this reason, they agreed to Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. Sure. You can wait for us at the Hengduan mountain range 100 miles to the west. We know where that place is. In any case, up until now, although the Rising Sky ranking battle has yet to begin, I'm sure no one will object to it since you're ranked first in the Rising Sky ranking. After all, your strength speaks for itself. You deserve to be ranked first in the Rising Sky ranking, Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang told Duan Lingtian. In that case, thank you, Vice Mansion Master Ren and Elder Lu. After Duan Lingtian expressed his gratitude, he flew away under the watchful eyes of the others and left. When Su Zhen saw Duan Lingtian had actually left the nimble chess game, his eyes flashed coldly. He instantly wanted to chase after him. Unfortunately, as long as Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang were there, he would not be able to do anything. Vice Mansion Master Ren, Elder Lu, what's the meaning of this? Su Zhen's expression was grave. Now that my Rising Sky Mansion's disciples no longer have any hope of being ranked in the Rising Sky ranking, don't tell me I can't even bring my people away? Elder Su, you can leave if you want, but you'll have to wait for 15 minutes. The same goes for the people from the Rising Sky Mansion, Ren Zhong said indifferently. Lu Hongguang did not say anything. When he saw the people from the Raging Wave Mansion flying out and blocking the people from the Rising Sky Mansion with a wave of his hand, one could see his decision. At this moment, no matter how stupid Su Zhen was, he knew Ren Zhong, Lu Hongguang, and Li Feng had come to an agreement. Although he was furious, there was nothing he could do. When Duan Lingtian left the Nimble Chess game and the Nimble Valley, Ren Zhong looked at the surroundings and said loudly, "Everyone, the Rising Sky ranking battle this time can be considered as the most exciting one in the past several hundreds of years." Chapter 1700. It did not cross anyone's mind that as soon as Li Feng left, Ren Zhong would announce that he was ranked first in the Rising Sky ranking. However, everyone present on the scene agreed with Ren Zhong's words. Put aside the fact that Li Feng had killed Su Jing, who was at the peak of the refined saint stage, just based on Li Feng's cultivation base at the peak of the refined saint stage, it was enough for him to be proud of himself. None of the participants of the Rising Sky ranking battle had any intention of fighting Li Feng at all. Due to this reason, even if Li Feng did not leave, the other ring masters would only go through the motions when they fought with Li Feng, since they would admit defeat immediately. They would not dare to make a move in front of Li Feng. Up until now, everyone who fought with Li Feng had been killed. 3 Rising Sky Mansion's disciples had died in Li Feng's hands one after another. Although they did not know if Li Feng would only kill the Rising Sky Mansion's disciples, and not the others, they did not dare to take the risk. If they made the wrong bet, they would die. Everyone only had one life. Once they died, they would have nothing left. Vice Mansion Master Ren, isn't this against the rules? Due to Duan Lingtian's departure and Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang's obstruction, Su Zhen could not catch up to Duan Lingtian and kill him. When he heard Ren Zhong's words, he immediately mocked him. Although he felt that even if Li Feng did not leave, he would still be ranked first in the Rising Sky ranking in the end. However, when he thought about how Li Feng had left so calmly, and even obtained the honor of being ranked first in the Rising Sky ranking, he was filled with resentment. Against the rules? Before Ren Zhong could speak, Lu Hongguang smirked coldly. Elder Su, it's not up to you to decide if it's against the rules or not, right? When Su Zhen's expression turned grave, someone immediately took the place of the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple, who had become the ring master after Su Jing had admitted defeat. Now, among the 9 ring masters present, is there anyone who disagrees with Li Feng being ranked first in the Rising Sky ranking? If you don't agree, you can come to our Sky Hurdle Mansion and fight with Li Feng. Ren Zhong looked at the 9 champions in the ring and said with certainty. Hearing Ren Zhong's words, Lu Hongguang frowned, feeling somewhat uncomfortable in his heart. What did he mean by going to the Sky Hurdle Prefecture to fight with Li Feng? Could it be that Ren Zhong thought that Li Feng had already set his mind on the Sky Hurdle Mansion? Lu Hongguang immediately chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. That's right. If any of the 9 of you are unconvinced, You can come to the Raging Wave Mansion to challenge Li Feng in the future. If you win, the first place of the Rising Sky ranking will be yours." Hearing Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang's words, the 9 arena champions looked at each other, but no one said anything for a long time. What a joke! Li Feng's strength was obvious to all. Fighting with Li Feng was absolutely courting death. "I have no objections." Monk Jiuro was the first to express his opinion. Because of Flowery Monk's death, Monk Jiuro's expression didn't look good. That was his junior brother. He did not have any biological brothers, and had long regarded Flowery Monk as his biological younger brother. Naturally, he was furious that his biological younger brother was killed. Now that Li Feng had killed Su Jing, and indirectly avenged the Flowery Monk, he was very grateful to Li Feng. Naturally, he would not cause trouble for Li Feng at this moment. With Monk Jiuro taking the lead to express his opinion, Jing Suzi and In Suzi from the Pure Yang Shrine followed suit. Subsequently, a few sectless cultivators also expressed their opinions. Seeing the trend, the remaining few arena champions also expressed their opinions one by one, agreeing that Li Feng would be the first place of the Rising Sky ranking this time. In that case, the first place of the Rising Sky ranking has been decided. It's Li Feng. As for the second place to the 10th place, we'll begin tomorrow. Now let's disperse. The moment Ren Zhong's words left his mouth, he joined forces with Lu Hongguang to remove the Nimble chess set. Everyone instantly appeared in the Nimble Valley. After 15 minutes, Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang no longer stopped Sutsun and the others from the Rising Sky Mansion. However, before Sutsun left, he could not help but send a voice transmission to Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang respectively. What he meant was that only one of them could obtain Duan Lingtian, and he was willing to offer some benefits in exchange for Duan Lingtian's whereabouts. As long as one of them told him Duan Lingtian's whereabouts, he would immediately offer the benefits he promised. Unfortunately, Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang did not bother with him at all. Benefits? Would they lack anything that Sutsun could offer? Moreover, what could be compared to a peerless genius like Li Feng? When Sutsun saw that Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang were ignoring him, his face turned pale. In the end, he gritted his teeth and left with the people from the Rising Sky Mansion furiously. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had already arrived at the Hengduan mountain range that was 100 miles west of the Nimble Valley. Have you heard? The Mystical Sky Mansion will be recruiting Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40 in the Dao Martial Saint Land in a year's time. It's said that the Mystical Sky Mansion's Saint Martial Secret Zone will open in a year's time as well. In the dead of night, Duan Lingtian, who was resting on an ancient pine tree in the Hengduan mountain range, heard a voice that was getting closer and closer. He squinted his eyes and looked through the night, only to discover 2 people walking in the air side by side. Yes, I heard about it today as well. That's the Saint Martial Secret Zone that only quasi-third-rate forces have. Only Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40 are allowed to enter. Once they enter, even those with little fortuitous encounters will be greatly improved, let alone those with great fortuitous encounters. The other person's voice resonated in the air and gradually faded away. A short while later, the voices of the 2 disappeared, because they had gradually gone far away. A quasi-third-rate force Mystical Sky Mansion? Recruiting Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40? Saint Martial Secret Zone. In the night sky, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up like 2 stars in the night sky. Originally, he had planned to join either the Sky Hurdle Mansion or the Raging Wave Mansion, according to the conditions set by Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang after the Rising Sky ranking battle ended tomorrow. His goal was to use a 4th-rate force as a springboard to rise up. After he had broken through to the eminent Saint Stage, he would head to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land to look for his fiancée Kerr. Moreover, he would use a 4th-rate force to inquire about his father's whereabouts. Now that he heard the quasi-third-rate force, the Mystical Sky Mansion, was recruiting disciples and had set a rule that only Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40, he had another idea. Compared to a 4th-rate force, a quasi-third-rate force was undoubtedly a better springboard. Moreover, He was also curious about the St. Martial secret zone that only quasi-third-rate forces had. This was because this was his first time hearing about the St. Martial secret zone. If that's the case, I can only stand Vice Mansion Master Run and Elder Lu up. Fortunately, I'm not using my true identity now. Li Feng is only an alias, so I don't have to worry about them hunting me down. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian left the Hengduan mountain range under the cover of the night. At this moment, whether it was Ren Zhong or Lu Hongguang, none of them knew Li Feng had already stood them up and left in advance. They were still waiting for the arrival of tomorrow. After the Rising Sky ranking battle ended tomorrow, it was very likely that Li Feng would join the force behind them. Just the thought of it made them feel excited. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. Even if he knew, he would still leave. Whether it was Ren Zhong or Lu Hongguang, he knew very well the reason why they valued him. It was none other than his innate talent. Otherwise, the two of them would not have bothered about him at all. Now that he had a better choice, there was no need for him to focus on the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion. Although he knew it was Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang's duty to protect him during the Rising Sky ranking battle, he still owed them a favor. Vice Mansion Master Ren, Elder Lu, if I have the chance in the future, I'll definitely return the favor. Duan Lingtian had never liked owing people favors. After leaving the Hengduan mountain range, Duan Lingtian returned to the Greenwave Han Mansion district and the Greenwave Han Mansion. With his current strength, unless it was a powerhouse at the Eminent Saint stage, or above in the Greenwave Han Mansion, nobody would be able to find him if he wanted to hide. Although he was only an intermediate pristine Saint stage martial cultivator, his strength was comparable to a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined Saint stage. Naturally, it would not matter even if he did not hide. After all, not only did he know the Greenwave Han Mansion's eldest miss, Han Xuanai, but he also knew the mansion master of Greenwave Han Mansion, Han Jingtian. Originally, he wanted to look for Han Xuanai first to give her a surprise. However, after giving it some thought, Duan Lingtian decided to look for Han Jingtian first. His uncle Han must be very anxious about this matter as well. For this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to reveal himself. The moment he revealed himself, he was naturally discovered by others. Due to the reason he had changed back to the cold face he had when he changed his name to Lingtian, some of the Greenwave Han Mansion's disciples, who were in charge of patrolling, recognized him. For this reason, they did not make things difficult for him. Duan Lingtian successfully met Han Jingtian, the mansion master of Greenwave Han Mansion. "Little Tian, you're back? How is it?" Han Jingtian asked impatiently when he saw Duan Lingtian had returned. Calculating the time, the Rising Sky ranking battle should have ended by now. Since Duan Lingtian had returned, it was obvious he had only returned after the Rising Sky ranking battle had ended. "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. If it was Han Xuanai, Duan Lingtian might tease her. However, it was not appropriate for him to joke around with Han Jingtian. That friend of yours really killed Su Jing?" Han Jingtian was overjoyed, but he still wanted to confirm it. Previously, when Duan Lingtian left, he had said he would ask a friend who seemed to be from a quasi-third-rate force to kill Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, during the Rising Sky ranking battle. For this reason, Han Jingtian did not know Duan Lingtian had personally killed Su Jing. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. Although he had succeeded, he did not explain much since he felt there was no need for him to do so. "Little Tian, thank you." Naturally, Han Jingtian did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words. After taking a deep breath, he bowed at Duan Lingtian to express his gratitude, scaring Duan Lingtian so much that he quickly moved away. "Uncle Han, you can't do this. You can't do this. I treat Xuanai as my biological sister. Her matter is my matter. You're her father, and you're my senior as well. There's no need for you to be so polite." Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Han Jingtian's face. At the same time, he sighed in relief as though a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. When Duan Lingtian saw this, he bade farewell and left to look for Han Xuanai. Since he was bored along the way, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, and took out the spatial ring of Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. When he dripped his blood on it in an attempt to claim ownership over it, he discovered it did not work. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew what this meant. Su Jing didn't die. Chapter 1701. A spatial ring required a drop of blood to claim ownership over it in order to control the space inside and store items. Usually, once a spatial ring had claimed ownership, unless the owner took the initiative to cancel the claim or the owner died, nobody else would be able to open it. Currently, Duan Lingtian could not open the spatial ring that belonged to Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. For this reason, there was only one possibility. Su Jing was not dead. Impossible. However, when this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, he thought it was impossible. Previously, when he killed Su Jing, he had used the sword ray consolidated from the 10,000 swords territory and the profundity of the second stage of the sovereign heart sword, the sword shadow following the heart, and his powerful physical strength to cast his most powerful sword strike and directly pierce through the space between Su Jing's brows. The space between the brows and the heart was a human's Achilles heel. The heart controlled the body, while the space between the brows controlled the soul. Piercing through the space between the brows was equivalent to destroying the soul. This was also the safest way to kill. If he attacked the heart, there was still a certain risk since some people's hearts were slanted. At that time, if Duan Lingtian could not kill Su Jing with just one strike, Su Jing would have admitted defeat the moment he regained his senses. For this reason, he did not attack Su Jing's heart since he did not dare to take the risk. Due to this reason, he chose the safest way and pierced through the space between Su Jing's brows with his sword to destroy Su Jing's soul. At that time, I had extended my divine consciousness to investigate as well. Su Jing's soul had clearly dissipated as his body fell. Logically speaking, it's impossible for him to survive since his soul has already begun to dissipate. However, why can't his spatial ring claim ownership over him? Duan Lingtian's expression was slightly grave. Perhaps there were many good things in Su Jing's spatial ring, including the flowery monk, Jing Suzi, and Zhonggu's spatial rings. But Duan Lingtian was not thinking about taking the things out. Instead, he was thinking about the reason why the spatial ring could not claim ownership over him. After thinking about it for a long time, there was only one possibility. Su Jing was not dead. Hualao. Duan Lingtian, who was unwilling to believe that Su Jing was still alive, immediately contacted Hualao, who was inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, to ask for the reason. When Hualao was at his peak, he was a powerful existence in the Devata realm. Perhaps he might be able to tell him something useful. After listening to Duan Lingtian's story, Hualao pondered for a moment and asked, "You said he's a demonic cultivator?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded before he continued to say, "I heard from other people that Su Jing wasn't a devil cultivator a year ago. Moreover, he was only at the early refined saint stage. When he reappeared a year later, not only had he become a devil cultivator, but his cultivation base had also risen to the peak of the refined saint stage." Truth be told, even Duan Lingtian was shocked by Su Jing's progress. In fact, even with the help of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, 5 days in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was equivalent to 1 day outside. He was not confident he could cultivate from the early refined saint stage to the peak of the refined saint stage in a year outside. Before the Rising Sky ranking battle began, he had stayed in the 3rd level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for almost 4 years. Although he had spent part of his time comprehending the Sovereign Heart Sword, most of his time was spent on raising his cultivation base. However, he had only managed to stabilize his early refined saint stage cultivation base and break through to the intermediate refined saint stage. Although Duan Lingtian was currently at the intermediate refined saint stage, he was very close to the mastery refined saint stage. Apart from that, his battle strength was comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. This could be seen from the fact that he could kill Su Jing. He managed to improve so much in such a short time, and even became a devil cultivator. I think the devil Dao cultivation method he cultivated must have recorded the soul congregation technique. Hua Lao's voice resonated in the air. Soul congregation? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. This was his first time hearing this term. Yes, it's soul congregation. Hua Lao replied. Some of the brilliant devil Dao cultivation methods and Daoist celestial methods have records of the soul congregation technique. Soul congregation refers to the ability to reform one's soul after it's destroyed. Naturally, even if it's reformed, it'll take some time for it to fully recover. Then, does this mean he can come back to life? Duan Lingtian gasped. You can say that. Hua Lao replied again. Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave immediately. Then, not only is Su Jing still alive, but he can even reform his destroyed soul and come back to life with the soul congregation technique? How could this be? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as his face began to twitch. The reason he had traveled so far to the Rising Sky Mansion's district to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle was to kill Su Jing and save Xuanai. Initially, he thought he had killed Su Jing, but he did not expect things to turn out this way. Now Uncle Han also thinks Su Jing is dead. If he finds out Su Jing is still alive, I wonder how disappointed he'll be. As time passed by, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave. Duan Lingtian, who originally planned to look for Han Xuanai to report the good news, did not look for Han Xuanai when he recalled Su Jing was still alive. Instead, he left the Greenwave Han Mansion's estate alone. He needed to calm down now. Hua Lao, you said it'll take some time for his soul to recover, even if he uses the soul congregation technique. How long will it take? Duan Lingtian asked Hua Lao again. How long will it take depends on the soul congregation technique he has mastered. There are different grades of soul congregation techniques as well. However, even if it's the best soul congregation technique I know, it'll take at least 1.5 years to gather the soul of a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage and possess a body for rebirth. Hua Lao replied. 1.5 years. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief immediately. Earlier, he was most worried that Su Jing would be able to recover immediately, and the engagement between Su Jing and Xuanai would still go on. However, it seemed like he would not be able to fulfill this engagement for the time being. Duan Lingtian felt more at ease for the time being. 1.5 years. It's the best soul congregation technique Hua Lao has ever seen. The technique that Su Jing has mastered shouldn't be that powerful. It'll take him at least 2 to 3 years. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt even more at ease. However, his gaze gradually turned sharp. Su Jing, I can't believe you're still alive. However, since I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. In 2 to 3 years' time, it'll be as easy as killing a dog for me to kill you. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence regarding this. After 2 to 3 years' time, even if Su Jing had completely gathered his soul and possessed a body for rebirth, his cultivation base would at most be at its peak. Currently, Duan Lingtian could kill him. In another 2 to 3 years' time, it would be even easier for Duan Lingtian to kill Su Jing if his cultivation base remained the same. At that time, I'll use Li Feng's identity as an excuse to make a move on him. I'll just say that I'm unwilling to accept the fact that I didn't manage to kill him in the Rising Sky ranking battle, and that a demon has appeared in my martial Dao heart, causing my path to the martial Dao to be blocked. Therefore, I'll use his life to clear all the obstacles in my path. In this way, the Greenwave Han Mansion won't be implicated. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt completely at ease. No matter what, the Rising Sky Mansion would not link Li Feng to the Greenwave Han Mansion. Due to this reason, he was not worried about implicating the Greenwave Han Mansion. In another month's time, the Rising Sky Mansion will come to fetch the bride. However, now that Su Jing's soul has dissipated and he's in a coma, it's impossible for him to marry Xuanai no matter what. Xuanai will be safe for the next 2 to 3 years. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he sighed in relief. It seemed like his trip to the Rising Sky Mansion's district was not in vain after all. After thinking it through, Duan Lingtian went to look for Han Xuanai. Brother Lingtian. When Han Xuanai saw Duan Lingtian appearing in front of her again, she was naturally pleasantly surprised. A smile appeared on her originally gloomy face. However, this smile was bitter no matter how one looked at it. Brother Lingtian, where have you been in this 1 year? Han Xuanai did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply, and continued to ask. I went to the Rising Sky Mansion's district. Duan Lingtian smiled. You went to the Rising Sky Mansion's district? Upon hearing this, the smile on Han Xuanai's face froze immediately. The 3 words Rising Sky Mansion were no different from a curse to her. In a month's time, she would be marrying that good-for-nothing rich kid in the Rising Sky Mansion. When Duan Lingtian saw Xuanai's expression froze and pain could be seen in her eyes, he immediately dismissed the idea of teasing her. He said bluntly, Xuanai, don't worry. The Rising Sky Mansion won't be coming to pick you up after a month. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, has died in the Rising Sky ranking battle. The instant Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Han Xuanai was completely stunned. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was dead? He died in the Rising Sky ranking battle? This news was no different from a heavy bomb to Han Xuanai. It caused her heart to be in a mess. She, naturally, did not doubt Brother Lingtian's words. Although she did not know who had killed Su Jing, this surprise had come too quickly. Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai calmly. From the beginning until the end, he did not miss the changes in Han Xuanai's expression. In the beginning it was shock. Then it was disbelief. After that it was a pleasant surprise. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. For the time being, he did not plan to tell Han Xuanai that Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was still alive. After all, the crisis at hand had temporarily been resolved. Brother Lingtian, his death, has something to do with you, doesn't it? Although Han Xuanai also felt her thoughts were a little wild, she had a strong feeling that the death of Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, had something to do with her brother Lingtian. Calculating the time, the Rising Sky ranking battle had just ended a while ago. Yes, you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.